All right. All right. All righty, roodly-roo. Hooty, hooty, tooty-doo. Righty-roo. Lost all of my mental faculties, and now I'm just making noises. I'm no longer the bother you remember. His brain is 100% dead. He's become the ultimate streamer. Unstoppable. How's it going? Singular viewer. Look at the lights going here. Lights toggle. Bada bing. All right. Whew. Mental faculties are overrated. It's true. It's true. It's all about that mental student body. What? All right. I ate a sandwich. We'll see how the system deals with that. I am now closed loop. I have now closed the loop. Closed the loop. There we go. Jesus Christ. Can't even talk today. On my diabetes management. And I've gone through enough of the training that it's all closed loop and stuff. Pretty cool. I gotta say, this Amazon buy that I made, this like off the cuff Amazon deal day thing that I made, buy that ooh, wow, I almost stabbed myself in the stomach with a probe. This stupid thing, the thing that makes me look really, really cool, right? Right, this thing right here, this little jobby. Yeah, this thing is actually really effective at working on electronics, to be honest. This thing works really well to get your view onto the scale of the electronics without having to come over here to the lab and use the microscope. So that's actually a keeper, believe it or not, of all the Amazon Deal Day stuff that I bought. All the things. I did a little bit of like neatening up, but I didn't get around to any of the stuff that's on camera, which is unfortunate. I need to do more neatening up. I've been a little busy with a little puppy. Say Wiggly! Subscribe for 46 months! Dude, thank you so much for the subs. Yeah, I'm a little disheveled, I'm a little late, because I had to do a little puppy sitting for a little puppy. She's doing well. Unfortunately, she has Giardia from the breeder, so you gotta give her some powder to solve that problem. And I gotta look to see if it's gonna jump the species gap. I don't know if it will. I gotta watch out for that. I've been sleeping a lot better though, now that I've got the closed loop pump system. My only concern is getting enough of the pods to keep my treatment going on. Yeah, she's a trooper. She has to get eardrops because she got an ear infection, I think from the neighbor's dogs. She got an ear infection and she has Giardia. Which are two very solvable things, but it just means that she's got a little bit to deal with as a puppy. We have to like hold her still and do 5 ear drops, and she kind of goes when you do them. But she's a trooper. She handles it well. And I've got all kinds of new cuts and scars from puppy teeth. She's very bitey, but I mean, I guess those puppy teeth are coming out fast. I mean, they're not actually coming out yet, but they're gonna soon. As she levels up into real dog form. But she is amazingly cute. I was watching her today, and she was inverted in her big soft bed and having little puppy dreams of chasing stuff because the little legs would do their thing, and then she made like a little burp. So she's fitting in very well. Fitting in very well. You should hopefully keep the other people in the house distracted enough. But for now, I've had no time to do anything. Yeah, it wasn't really. It was less of a boof and more of just a burp, like a burp. I had to have a laugh. It was absolutely cute. The cutest. But let's see. By word of other updates, I don't really have much else going on. It's just been watching the puppy, training the puppy, getting the puppy to not poop indoors. She knows enough now to know to fake going to the bathroom to get a treat. She is that treat motivated now. We've been trying to open feed to keep her from being too food motivated and too treat motivated, because that'll lead to begging for food and behaviors that are just not going to be acceptable around here. But the need to give her wet food for her Giardia medication is going to mean that she's going to be on a feeding schedule, which is then going to cause in my mind, I think that's going to cause a little bit of a food motivation and, you know, stuff like that. She'll eventually, somebody's going to drop something and she'll find out that the most delicious thing in the world is people food. And right now she's at the point where when she sees there's a treat, she doesn't stand at attention. She goes for the treat. So she's still learning. Yeah, she'll sit and look at you like you owe her a treat. And it's like, that's not how this works. That's not this transaction. Sorry, little one. It is the cutest thing in the world, but yeah, she's trying to train the humans, and that's not gonna fly. As a herding breed, it's really nice to see her read the room. She reads the room really well. Like, as in, I'll play with her and roughhouse with her, and when I'm done, I'll stop, and if you sit on the couch, she'll go to her bed and just go to sleep. Like, it's like the perfect puppy. The perfect puppy. As long as we keep her mind busy, it should be pretty good. I got to get a puzzle ball for her, like a puzzle treat ball, because I think that'll keep her mind a little bit more busy during the day, and she'll be less prone to being a wackadoodle puppy in the evenings. Who gets tired first? She's still a puppy, so she for now she gets tired first for now. Later on, it'll be me, because she will have that adolescent energy that I can't keep up with. How are my cameras doing? Are we? I'm gonna put this gauge back together before I destroy it. Got my can of Fresca. Not sponsored by them. Get that off camera. Yeah, I want to make a little bit of room here because we're going on an adventure today. We're gonna try to resurrect the keyboard that I blew up with iced tea. Hey, Fogelsang. I feel like I'm cursing when I say your name. It always feels like I'm gonna get canceled because of your name. So I need to somehow get this screw into alignment in the center. It doesn't matter if this thing is calibrated or not. This gauge, it really is just a prop at this point. It's just an antique. I don't think that's gonna twist though, so maybe I'll just move this to the side that it's gonna be on, like over here. Just like that. Is that engaged? No. It's hard to tell when you're engaging in the thing. There it is. That's where it is. And that lines up with the holes. All right, good. Got an EVGA keyboard. Has a user sensor that makes it light up when you get near it. Freaked me out for a bit. I could maybe QMK. I could probably do that. That's a neat little feature. What you need is that thing that they thought every single piece of DJ equipment absolutely unequivocally needed in time. Every single manufacturer thought that you needed to have an infrared distance sensor on your like keyboards and DJ equipment in order so that you could get up in front of a crowd. You could be like Paul Oakenfold and be like, "Whoa!" Put your hands up, and everybody responds. I mean, a motion sensor. Is there like a passive infrared sensor, or is it like, what's it looking at? Is there a microphone on it? You can incorporate some kind of a weird analog control with the passive infrared. Not passive infrared, with the theremin. Is it RF? No, infrared. There we go. Infrared distance. Right below the space bar. Is it infrared distance? Because that could be, if you could get that value out, you could do like an analog control for a game, and then you look so cool when somebody walks in on you and you're playing a racing game and you're going like this. Like, what is wrong with you? You have something wrong with your brain? Your brain break? Do you have a brain break? Another brain break? Yeah, so Willow is the cutest puppy in the whole fucking world. Just been busy with that, and I haven't had a lot of time to work on this stuff. So we're doing a simpler project today instead of working on burn the subs, which doesn't have a lot that we need to do. I mean, there's a lot that we need to do with it. It's the projects that we need to do are compartmentalized enough that we can work on them and get good progress on them. I don't know where to put this thing now. Maybe up on my keepsake shelf as another accoutrement, another thing to show off. This isn't going to become part of the... I have a different gauge that I would like to have become part of the computer build. This one is, while awesome, I don't know if I want to have this part of the computer. It's a time of flight? Really? Ultrasonic distance finder. We did that at the beginning of the pandemic. We did it before all the stupid YouTube channels made them. We made a social distancing sensor. That was a one-stream project, and it worked out really well. We were able to make it set off cop lights when you get too close. And then a bunch of YouTubers did the exact same fucking thing, because that's kind of a brainless project, right? That's kind of an easy conclusion to get to. It's a common goal of, you know, when you're faced with something like a pandemic and everybody's saying, stay 6 feet away, all the electrical engineers perk up and go, I got a sensor that can do that. And then they all do it. And then I look dumb. And then I look dumb. They made me look dumb is what I'm trying to say. This router, by the way, the one that didn't come with plugs, I got plugs. I got end-to-end, the right kind of plugs for it. I think all I need to do is pop these out and then put the, I don't know if the panel mounts are going to be too happy with their homes. I might need to 3D print just like a collar that can adapt one to the other. Because I don't want to put any extra holes in this thing, because who knows, like if it's DOA. But I can just unplug the RF things and plug in my own. And then I'll be able to rack mount this thing once I'm able to get to the external antennas. And I got an extra antenna base, because these are the antenna bases that I use on top of the rack. I need to find the fourth antenna. I think there's a fourth antenna somewhere that I can use with that, but let's just put the router aside for now, because that might take a little bit more finagling to get it to properly seat. So annoying because I was designing social distancing sensor for a conference badge in 2018 because of personal space. Oh, they totally stole your thunder. Yeah. You always gotta have enough proof with stuff like that that you're actually doing the project. Well, I haven't had any reason to do anything with the social distance sensor. Yeah. I mean, I did what I did, and that's it. I don't know where to put this thing. This is like a quickie, this project right here. It's not a long project. The router thing. I spent all the money on a new router because I thought it would be more capable of getting Wi-Fi to the bathroom. That's important. Wi-Fi to the bathroom is very important. Don't undercut yourself on that. If you're interested in the music, there it is. Hey, check it out. Big John from Tex, buddy of mine. Yeah, it's rough here in the Northeast. It's extremely humid. I feel bad for this puppy because all she knows is heat. She was born, what, 11 weeks ago? 11 and a half? Just, yeah, stay 200 feet away. It's better, and it's you don't have to socially interact. 6 feet is still social distance, and so if you stay further than that, you don't even have to do that. Hey, thank you guys for the follows. We don't announce follows here. You guys can follow and unfollow as you see fit. I don't give a shit. I actually do give a shit about followers, though, and I've seen people following constantly, and I love it. I love it. I love it. So thank you. Anti-social distancing. Well, it's like all the pictures that you see of people in Scandinavia waiting for buses where they're like at least 6.5 feet apart. They're like just standing completely separate from one another. That's where it's at. That's why I want to move there. I want to move there. People stay away. It feels good to be back at the saddle. I've been off and on, right? I've had quite a few. Well, I've had quite a week, I guess. Has it only been a week? Oh my God. We got a puppy. My brother's kids came to stay. We had, I had a complete diabetes change up in my management. I had a blowout where I almost fucking died. Just everything going nuts. There's a calculator that's allowed on the SAT that's based on the same SoC as the Raspberry Pi 2. What? Oh, weird. Oh, weird. Yeah, those SAT, man, like the TI-92 brought me through college. Probably was the only reason I passed in control systems, because it did some of the brainless stuff for me, some of the heavy matrix algebra. Prime G2, huh? Why does a calculator need a super chip? When you get into the more advanced mathematics, you need some processing power. I'm not gonna say a lot, because I mean, computers are so profitable that we've made them with all of the processing power. So me saying doing heavy math requires some processing power is going to get taken completely out of proportion, and people are going to say, oh yeah, but the 7000 series is releasing soon and it's so much more efficient and it can do those calculator functions a billion times over. Okay, fine. I'm just saying sometimes it does, some of these mathematical operations do take a little bit of processing ability on the back end. In comparison to calculators that were invented in the late 90s. So having a more brutal processor on it, you know, that can be good. It can be good. But again, I mean, the necessity of a super chip, that goes back to my discussion on microcontrollers. Yeah, that goes back to my discussion on microcontrollers, because with the way things progress, we do not support old stuff. And so the old stuff goes by the wayside, and you end up, if you are learning microcontrollers, because this is like the bane of all of these frickin' elitist forum assholes, right? Who you will find if you get into microcontrollers, and it's one of the most discouraging things, and it's something that I cannot stress enough that you should ignore, is all the elitism and all of the sort of trying to, like, the one-upsmanship that exists in this hobby. It is the biggest single irritant that I have in making this my life. I gotta tell you, it gets to me, and sometimes I will have an unhinged rant at those people because I just can't take it anymore. There are elitists in this hobby who think that you should be running on the lowest level processor available, so that you can have time in the trenches like they had in order to learn the same stuff that they know. And that's just not how things progress. That's not how technology works. The microcontrollers that we are seeing, and this is directly related to the calculator thing, the microcontrollers that we are seeing these days are brutally powerful. They have USB built in. They have built-in Wi-Fi. They do your homework for you. They will take your dog for a walk. It's insane. So you have people that want to flip a light switch based on a user hitting a button and have an indicator light on it, and they do that with like a 32-bit processor, right? That's gonna happen. And that's especially gonna happen with people learning how to use the technology. And what I try to teach here is that when we go into a project and wanna do something, it's good to have all that overhead. Because what if we wanna add a screen? What if we wanna add this and that and the other thing? We don't wanna put ourselves into the lowest level processing available when we have all of those good, you know, high level processing things that we can use in order to vet out what we're doing. On top of that, those lower level cheapo, you know, not necessarily totally functional ones, nobody's buying them, and so they go away. And it turns out that the higher level processors are cheaper. They're cheaper because everybody has them. They've got tons of them. They're in a current production run. And so you end up very easily overdoing it with the processing power of what you're doing. And so the same exact thing is happening with graphing calculators and schools, because they have standardization that they have to worry about, right? They don't want people like you coming in and reprogramming their calculator to do their homework for them and ostensibly cheating. But you know, they still have to be open to like the marketplace and the costs of things. And so TI calculators end up being brutally expensive because they can be. And then, you know, we end up with graphing calculators that have these, you know, computer level processors in them that can do way more than what you would think a calculator should be capable of doing. That is just how technology works. We can't stop that. That is the iceberg. So That's my rant. I'm gonna get back to what everybody's trying to derail me with snarky comments when I actually have something to say. Ba 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 ba. Combination function 80 calculators for the show process take 1.5 seconds to execute. Oh my god. Chips probably haven't changed since the 90s. Yeah, that's because of the standardization of graphing calculators for academic purposes. Yeah. Why would you do that when you could put 35 transistors together to do that? Nah. It would be great if there was an FPGA-based calculator, and then you could put your own, like, TI, you could load up the hardware of a TI calculator. Superscalar architecture? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, I think the TI-83 is still expensive. I'm not sure, though. Not sure, though. What is the prime? ARM v7. Yeah. You just emulate. Are you sure about that? You just mean limited I/O on the TI chip? Yeah, AMD Ryzen 7000. They made the announcement, huh? Somehow they got it under 170 watts. I'm not sure how the hell they did that. It can boost to 230, and you've got like 5 billion gigahertz on 16 cores. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Maybe I should have waited for my other computer project. I probably could have waited. Oh well. Oh well, that's always the case, right? You're gonna build something and then something infinitely better is coming out. The efficiency is really what piques my interest, because I'm all about that efficiency, because I'm building my own power supply. I think I just caught a mosquito. Hi, John Phillip. Oddly cavalier first message. Bye, viewers with... All right. Yeah, we're doing keyboard stuff today. I didn't want to get into this world. Really? $50 less? Stop going over why they're so good. I already bought my processor. I'm not allowed to think about it anymore. God, it has been moist in the Northeast, hasn't it? I've been dying. This humidity is freaking killing me. Especially because I've got a little potato that I need to take out to poop every now and then. Oh, 50 less watts? Oh my God. Don't talk to me or my 5950 ever again. I don't want to hear that. Oh man. I mean, I'm not having any trouble with what do you call it? I'm not having trouble with the the efficiency of the processor right now. I did have a little hiccup. We were playing Far Cry 6 and I had a little bit of a hiccup during the game. I think that might have been related to heat around the graphics card, or just something becoming unseated, sunspots, the like. It's been a very stable build so far, after a initial couple hiccups. But then again, I had to turn off all the turbo boost features. As a guy who has a mortgage, there's a way to lead every single comment. It's me, Captain Terrific. Homeowner-ish. Future homeowner. Home purchaser. Yeah. How much cheaper will 5950 get once the 7K launches? I don't want to know. I'm not allowed to know. I've already did those Philadelphia isms, the bad grammar isms. I sometimes let in. Sometimes they let themselves in. For, like I sometimes say stuff wrong as comedy. People don't pick up on that all the time with me. But sometimes I say them without realizing it, which is what I just did. Anyway, so the oops, that was the wrong scene. So anyway, my computer, I have all the parts for it. It's built. It's there. It's over there. It's sitting over there. I'm not allowed to look at this stuff anymore. And of course, literally, I buy the graphics card, which was the linchpin in the whole operation. It was the last thing that I bought before we went down the road. We still need to do all the case mods stuff. We need to finish designing it, and I need to print out some tests. But anyway, so with the computer, the week after I bought the graphics card, the 6950 comes out. It's a lot. 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 But yeah, that's just how it is. I think I ushered in this new series of processors and stuff from AMD by finally purchasing my computer plan. Is it still at 39 or did I think I walked it back to the maximum that it should be at. I don't think it's that overclocked. Maybe I do need to knock it back just a little bit. It's been totally stable though playing the game. 90% of the game. I mean, it might just have been a little hiccup in the code. Because I mean, really, it was an anomaly. And when it did go bad, I had to restart the computer twice. So it might have been to do with that Western Digital hard drive. That might be what it was. I need to move everything from that Western Digital drive to the old 970 Evo drive that I have, because that'll be a better drive for that kind of exchange. I think that's the OS drive. So I need to do that still, or I just leave it in perpetuity and it's fine. And I never talk about it again. I rode my AM2 board until AM4 was relevant. Just upgraded the board to the latest best AM4 APU. APU. Plan to ride that until AM6. Yeah, I'm gonna have this computer for a billion years. We're gonna do the designer water cooling to make it look cool, and then that's it for a while. I love modding computers. I love modding and building computers. I love it. I love every fucking second of it. I like looking up all the cool, weird parts that we can put in. I like looking up antiques that I can make part of the look of the rest of the computer. I like building things that don't fit a normal shape, and I like going way overboard on things like building my own power supply. But it's a sometimes food. If I could make a career out of doing that, I would. I feel like if I did that, I would be pinching pennies unless I was like a famous artist, which is really where I should have been putting all of my time and expense and money, is making like design art that could then give me a name that would allow me to then pivot into building designer computers that look weird and cool. And then I could actually be doing art and engineering at the same time. That's really where I should have gone. I put all my skill points into the wrong things in this weird RPG we call life. And so here I am. I love building computers. I could do that as a daily, but it's just not, it would be too much penny pinching. That's the only problem with it. So, so once we do this, that mosquito is not dead. I thought I got it. Ah, maybe that got it. It just flew out of my hand. You son of a bitch. Got him. There you go. Thank you, half in the bag sticker. Anyway, so yeah, like when we're done the computer build and it's like stable and it looks cool, couple years. We're at least just like a bunch of years until we think about doing another computer project. I mean, I have other computer projects. I have like the rack mount PC in here that we should do, because that's organization. But yeah, just put all my points into luck. Yeah, right. Luck builds shouldn't be frowned upon. They're saucy builds. They're a lot of fun. Hope you have in my rig 5600. It's enough for me right now. Got like a year or two to go on a rebuilt PC. I mean, what I've been saying is that like consoles exist, right? And so console hardware sort of locks you in to like a generation of technology in terms of the popular games that are being made. Now, there are less popular games, which I think are universally better, that will push super modern hardware. But other than that, there really isn't much justification to go with the latest and greatest, except for longevity. Even still, my 2014 computer was still playing every single game that I threw at it with gusto. I mean, it didn't care, right? The only thing that they've managed to do is convince a whole generation of brain dead gamers that they need, for some reason, to have slightly better reflections on water. And that's it. Like, that's how they justified $2,000 graphics cards and totally blowing up the silicon market for a little while. Because reflections on water. Now, if you're doing other like hardcore, like scientific applications, or you're rendering video and stuff like that, yeah, it makes a lot more sense. Because rendering video used to be a thing that you would take a day or 2 days or 3 days to do, and now if you've got that brutal technology, that goes directly into your profit. That's like great. But anyway. Spider-Man remastered ate up the CPU. Are they? Is it as popular as the as Crysis? I don't know if we have a Crysis anymore, do we? What game do we have for that? Just benchmarking software. Hey, thank you guys for the follows. I see a bunch in here. Yeah, and St. Wiggly, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. I've been a little busy with the puppy lately, and I've been able to work on a lot of stuff. At all. I'm sitting in the middle of a trash heap right now that I've just managed to dig out just enough space that we can work on this keyboard today, because that's what's on the forefront. That would have been a almost not stream project, in that it would be so easy to do. And I've already ordered a replacement keyboard, which is a little bit more expensive than I would have liked it to be. But I put a lot of work into reverse engineering the board that's sitting in front of me. We're going to try to get QMK working on it. Where was the main site? Yeah, we are gonna follow a guide. There's an Adafruit guide that we can follow. We don't need any of this stuff. Did I order? I think I held off on ordering the parts. Oh God, what are you doing, glucose level? Please. I had the audacity to eat a sandwich. It was 2 pieces of bread, like some corned beef. I don't think it was that many carbs. No, my body is having a little. It's having a little fit. I've had worse. I've had worse spikes, but this one's pretty rough. At least the bread wasn't white bread. If it was white bread, my glucose level would be double arrow up. It sucks though. It's a pretty big hill climb. Maybe 3 units wasn't adequate. Let me see what it says. What does it say it wants me to do right now? It's probably like, you didn't account for 50 carbs. Yeah, it just straight up wants to inject 6 units of insulin, so I'm gonna let it do that. I'll keep this close. Moonlander. Ooh. Well, we should get started. This is a good mix, but it's gonna go on for a lot longer, so let's fade this thing out. We gotta start working. Work will set me free, right? Hi y'all. I don't know how much of the intro, that was the wrong one. I don't know how much of the intro is really gonna get muted here, so I'll just start from the beginning. Welcome. Hello. I've been streaming a lot lately. It's not my fault. We got a puppy last Friday. Friday before last, I forget now, because it's all blent together. We got a puppy. My brother's kids visited. I got a new insulin management system that I've been trained up on now, and now it's functioning. Just everything has been going on at once. And in the middle of it, if you want puppy pictures, you're going to have to join my Discord, because they are on a pets picture section in the Discord. Anyway, so a lot of stuff has been going on. There's been a lot of health things that have kind of like cropped up. Like I almost died because of diabetic ketoacidosis, because I had a pod slip off during the day, and then I didn't notice it until the night. These are just the things that happen when you go into a new system and you don't know what all the signs of stuff going on are, right? I had to learn this, so now I know, and I've been totally fine and solid since then. I have supply chain issues that I need to resolve. There's all kinds of stuff that's just exploding in my face right now, and so I had to move a couple streams, cancel a couple streams, and we're back now. I'm back now. Hopefully I'll be able to keep up a more regular schedule with you guys. But again, stuff is like tomorrow and the day after, we have people fixing the tiles in the kitchen, which are right there. So on Thursday, it might be a little bit of a jarring stream. We will probably, hopefully, be finishing up the keyboard by then. Hopefully I won't have only just started it, but I haven't been able to do a lot of the work in the background that I normally do in order to keep the things fresh around here, right? It takes actually quite a lot of work in the background for me to keep things fresh with you guys. So anyway, during the fray and all the madness, I was sitting there with my Code 10 keyless keyboard with Cherry MX clears and rubber bands on it. You know, typical masturbation over keyboards. And I spilled some diet iced tea on it just a little bit. Well, it turns out that mega fucked my keyboard. My keyboard's done. It's done with my bullshit. It is no longer tolerating anything that I throw at it. We tried to clean it off a little bit more and get it on a keyboard tester, and it just would not cooperate. So the plan, now that this thing is broken and it's so expensive to replace, is to use some of the stuff that I had lying around. Now, if you guys are aware, hey, what's up, Pyro? You guys are aware of the history around here. There was a time when the Raspberry Pi Pico released, and I said, wow, that's really cool. I'm going to buy a couple of them because they're really cheap. And I didn't have a project for them. As with anything Raspberry Pi, I had absolutely no idea what I was going to do with this super powerful, super cheap chip. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm going to do with this thing. This is the first project that I've come up with that we could possibly actually use the Raspberry Pi Pico for, which is to take over the brain of my mechanical keyboard. So instead of trying to resurrect the processor that's on there, they have some kind of a Sonics thing, so Sonics microcontroller that's doing all the keyboard stuff, and they've got another microcontroller that's actually doing like 2 LEDs. I don't know why they designed it this way. They're probably scalable for other keyboards, but either way, I've put in quite a bit of effort to reverse engineer how this keyboard works. Now we can try to bootstrap this little guy onto it and see what we can do with the actual keyboard itself. We can load this thing up with an open source keyboard software called QMK, and we can see whether or not we can actually get my keyboard running again. Now there's a couple little hurdles here in the path. One of them is that they were batshit pants on head crazy. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping because again, I had the audacity of actually eating lunch. I've been fasting a lot lately, by the way. I'm getting into more consistent fasting and not eating at all. Just A, on the glucose management side, it makes things a little bit easier, and B, I have about 150 pounds that I could do without. So anyway, so they have a Sonics microcontroller. They have an I2C memory module right here, probably an EEPROM, and then they have another Sonics microcontroller. This one is probably here for management functions, and then that's there just to store, like, I don't know, the dim level on the keyboard, and then the main microcontroller is doing just about everything else. But man, it's really weird. What's that? When it comes to anything Pi related, better to buy at cost when it comes out than have to buy from a reseller. Well, this is like on the cusp of that happening. Like that wasn't really the reality of Raspberry Pis when I bought these things. It was 2020. So yeah, nowadays I guess maybe that makes sense, but you know, I don't know. I miss Raspberry Pis just being $30. You just go to Micro Center and grab one, because that was, for the longest time, that's the backup plan for Burn the Subs. Is if the Raspberry Pi just kicks out, which they do sometimes, I just run over to Micro Center, grab another one, pop it in, done. All right, anyway, there's a lot of stuff on this keyboard. There's a lot of stuff going on here. And actually, one of the big hurdles that we're going to run into are the banks of keys. Now, I think there's a way around all this stuff. We're just going to have to do a little bit of research. Usually Tuesdays are kind of for exploring the project, and then Wednesdays are for shipping, and then Thursdays is when we can really bite into the project and get stuff done. This should not take too long. I've done a lot of the reverse engineering on my own. This is a single backlighting color on this thing. It's only got a 2-layer circuit board on it. It has all the switches, it has diodes, and then it has a processor. Well, a couple processors. The scheme, ow, it also has a lot of little pins sticking out of it. The scheme here is relatively simple. So what I think we can do, we can take our Pi Pico, load it up with the QMK software and stuff that it needs, pop it with some double-sided tape literally just onto the back, and then we'll go to the switches that represent the rows and the banks just with wire. And then I also need to do a little takeover of the LEDs that are controlling everything, and there's a little I don't know if it's an inverter or if it's like a Darlington array that does all of the backlights. Groovy something. For 44 months, this thing keeps popping up. Well, hell yeah, dude. Thank you for the 44 months. I really appreciate that, dude. That's awesome. Hey, come on. We're trying to escape all the humidity out here. I've been walking dogs outside, and that dog, I swear, that dog is smarter than she should be. She's learned that if she acts like she's peeing, she gets a treat. And treats are now the most important thing in the world. So she is starting to lie to me. My own dog lying to me about going to the bathroom. What kind of a world do we live in? But yeah, she's started to do that. I'm not doing a viewer-controlled LED. Why? Okay, so here's the deal. Here's what we have on this keyboard. Let me open up the schematic that I have. I put it in MS Paint because it's the best note-taking tool that exists. Where are we? We are in my project section. Stream. And then I made a new folder. There's like keyboard something or other. LM. Keyboard overhaul. Yeah, so the Code 10 keyless keyboard has a kind of an interesting scheme to it. Open with. Where's it open with? Open with. Paint. Kind of an interesting scheme to it. It's not really, I don't know if this is what you would expect or not what you would expect. And I don't know where, if I read it in Code's, Code 10 keyless's, or Code keyboards' documentation, or if this is just something that they do now. But if you look at the rows and the columns, and this isn't the best visual for it, but if you look at the rows and the columns, they're organized in a particularly interesting way. I've noted down what pin is the column and what pin is the row. The columns roughly just do kind of a diagonal vertical thing. The rows, however, do this interesting thing where you have, for instance here, with QWERTY, pin 34 until you get to TY, and then TY are on a different pin, and then UIOP, those are all on the same pin. Same goes for ASDF, it's just that JKL is see, they go one pin and then they skip the center and then they go on a different pin. So while it's polling all the rows and the columns, because again, this is a very simple switching scheme on these things, right? You just have a lot of pins in your microcontroller, and you have all of your rows hooked up to the same pin, and you have all your columns hooked up to the same pin. Like all of your columns are different than all of your rows. So you will activate a row, so you'll put 5 volts on that row, and then you'll check all of the columns individually to see whether or not a key is pressed. And there's a diode in there just to make sure that you don't get false positives on, there's like some way that the circuit works out that having a diode there keeps you from having weird false positives from keys being pressed, right? So that's it. It's just a matrix keyboard, right? Very simply done. A lot of pins used up for it. So we've got about 8 pins used for rows, and then a ton of the pins are used for columns. They're all over the place. They are all over the place on the processor. I could use some very, very thin wire, some like magnet wire, and I could solder directly to the microcontroller pins in order to control all this stuff. I think I'll probably take it out to some location, like for instance, you know, the first diode that it hits or something like that. And then I can solder to that, and it'll be a lot easier. And then I can use my wire wrap wire, which is a little bit larger than magnet wire, and it's easier to work with. So I think that's what we're gonna do. But yeah, very simple scheme on this keyboard. I don't know what other kind of little tricks they have up their sleeve. Here's something that was kind of dumb. There's 2 RGB LEDs on the keyboard itself, right? And they give information, so they're not necessarily hooked up to the main processor. There's like a secondary processor that does the lighting. So I think the primary processor does the backlighting for some reason, and then the secondary processor is doing stuff like these. These are 2 RGB LEDs. They share a common positive, so the common positive is switched on the transistor. The only reason I can think that they did this is because they wanted to have the transistors dictating the power to the diode, and not the microcontroller, which could overcurrent and possibly harm the microcontroller. That's all I can think of. Because this scheme, if they did individual transistors on the RGBs and just connected them to positive, there would be 6 transistors. They could have done that. They could have just put 5 volts on the one end, and they could have put the NPN transistors on the bottom end to sync it to ground, right? And they would have had 6. 3 for each LED. 3 for each RGB LED, right? Could have done that. That would have been 6 pins. Instead, they went with this scheme where you activate the RGB and then activate whichever LED it is. That's 5 pins. They saved 1 pin. They saved 1 singular pin for this scheme. Why? Why did they do that? I mean, they saved, so versus what I was suggesting, which is 1 transistor per LED, individual LED, they saved 1 transistor and they saved 1 pin. Why? Why did they do this? It's like the weirdest fucking thing. I do not know. I do not know why they did that. Now I have not worked with a Pi Pico yet. I don't know what voltage levels the Pico works off of. Oh yeah, and then down here for the orange LEDs, since there's so much current, because it's like over 100 LEDs, they have 2 transistors doing the job. I don't know why pin 4 is on that scheme. That's just what I got from ohming it out. I ohm it out with the multimeter and take a good close look at it and reverse engineer where everything's going. And it seems for some reason, instead of just a normal sort of, this is sort of indicative of a Darlington array. So they have an NPN transistor that's enabling a pin to go low. And when that pin goes low, the PNP transistor allows current to flow into all of the LEDs. That's just how those work. So it's held high normally by that resistor there, this one right here. Normally held high by this resistor right here, and that keeps it off. And then when this one is being held low, it is off. So when pin 3 goes high, it overrides the resistor there, because the resistor's got very little current coming out of it, and then activates this transistor. This transistor allows current to flow to ground, which will override this resistor that has very little current going through it. This sees the low, biases, and allows power to go out this way, as well as the bulk share of the power going out to all of the orange LEDs, and that's how that works. So that's what I ohmed out. For some reason, they added a pin to it. I don't know what that's doing there. Maybe that's what's pulsing it. This 3 could be an activation and 4 could be a pulse. So, but yeah, other than that, I mean, just to be thorough, I made sure to know which of the pins of the microcontroller were being used for all of that stuff, all the keys. The remainder of this project is to get the old stuff out, and we'll get our new processor in, and I'm not sure the order of operations yet. And I don't know how to assign all of the weird banks to what they should be. I think if we do rows and columns, you know, just the regular row and column scheme into QMK, I think there's a way you can reassign all the keys, and that's what we'll need to do. So I'll need to tell it what key is what, huh? This is done by software engineer that's too smart for their own good. I think it might just be like a cascade of design. There might be different versions of the keyboards that have more keys, right? What's up, TurboNad? TurboNad will appreciate this because it's that kind of weird Britishy sort of red tape, overly designed kind of going nowhere. It's peak British comedy is what's going on with this. These are the 2 LEDs on the keyboard. We're doing a keyboard takeover, basically. I want to put my own processor on the keyboard, and that way I've got an open source QMK keyboard with a screen on it. Woo! Just because this one died and I literally have all the parts. I have everything I need. But yeah, we were talking about this a minute ago. This scheme here, this is great if you've got like 4 RGB LEDs, right? What they're doing is they are enabling positive power to the individual LED, and then you can enable ground to the individual LEDs within the LED that you've selected. So you'd select one of the 2 tops, and then you'd select one of the bottom ones, right? That requires one transistor per LED array, and then 3 at the bottom. So if you add more LEDs, it makes a lot of sense. If you do it with 2 LEDs, you are saving 1 transistor and 1 pin on your microcontroller. They could have literally had 1 more pin. If I add another LED to this, I'll add another pin. But like if I just put the NPNs, the ones down there, if I just put those on every single LED, I would have 1 extra transistor and 1 extra LED. Yeah, or you could use a digital LED. They must be prohibitively expensive versus throwing a shit ton of transistors at it. I don't know. I mean, a lot of keyboards now are just using the WS2812s because they're cheap now. You know. Which MCU to use for a keyboard, considering everything's unavailable right now? I don't know. This is I spilled shit on my keyboard, and my keyboard decided to die, and so I happen to have a pile of Raspberry Pi Picos. That's the only reason I'm doing it. That's the only reason I'm doing this. But yeah, we're gonna use the Pico Pi and QMK. There's an Adafruit tutorial that we can follow. I'm debating on what the order of operations here is gonna be. So Pico's plenty for the keyboard. Yeah, you don't need a brutally strong processor. Yeah, you just need to find something that works with QMK. I guess that boils down your question to literally its own component parts. What processor should I use for QMK? Probably something that works with QMK. Next. All right, so what are we doing? I need to take a look at the tutorial. I don't think I said half of the words that I meant to say there. Yeah, we need to take a look at QMK going on to something. And I think there was an Adafruit QMK thing. And then I've got a screen for this, by the way. I actually did get I got a little an OLED screen. Man, I can't say words today. Look at this little thing. So I got this little I2C screen. I'll probably have to pull up some information on it. But this little guy right here, I should be able to put above the arrow keys, and then that'll be the QMK screen for this. Be pretty cool. So yeah, I've looked a little bit at QMK. I've done a lot of looking. There are guides on guides though. I love OLED screens. This one is the problem is that OLEDs on this one are white. I would have liked to find orange, but this one was the right size. So I have white LEDs on this thing. The original code keyboard is white. I replaced it with orange LEDs because I'm a weirdo. But I guess I could put white LEDs back on it, and then it could be my my Gandalf keyboard. All right, so BLE, Blue Fruit LE, what the hell? Using QMK. So this is basically our guide. This thing looks a little familiar, huh? So the question is, where do we start with this thing? I mean, we probably need to bench test at least everything going into the processor, right? VFD or OLED. VFDs are heavy and fragile, and while I do have my character VFDs that I love, I know there's a company, Nortec Etron. Look at this place. This place is like this place is like a candy store to me. I love the stuff that they have. Man, they have so much cool stuff here. It's a Japanese screen company that does the VFD character displays that I love. But yeah, they've got all kinds of weird stuff. I guess they have OLED modules now. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it doesn't look like, I don't know if we've got, it looks like they've pivoted to more profitable things, unfortunately. Yeah, because, I mean, previously these guys had, maybe they're advertising them as wide temperature range. Look at these things. These are cool as hell. These are VFDs, vacuum fluorescent displays. And you can get ones that can do like graphics and stuff too, but they're kind of big. Yeah, eBay has been the source for all these things, but look at that. Yeah, pretty cool. They look pretty cool when you I wouldn't want the blanking on them. It's when you can see the internals, all the crisscrossing stuff. Samsung one's a serial input. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, so I mean, these are like, I love me a good VFD display. We made a beer tap handle that has VFD in it for the fridge Pi. But yeah, so I'm not going to use these, but that would be, if I was building like a big keyboard, that would be kind of cool. No, instead we're going to use the OLED display like this thing on it. It's a little I2C thing. It'll be great. Wait, they make electroluminescent displays like that? That's kind of cool. All right, let's get started here before we get into the hardware. Because, I mean, from what I understand, the hardware is going to be relatively simple, right? All we do is hook up all the rows and the banks. Maybe we should do hardware first. How confident are we? What is the Raspberry Pi Pico? What is it? Let me just look it up. I think it's probably 3-volt tolerant, right? I don't think it's 5-volt. A lot of the stuff on this keyboard is 5-volt, so I gotta be careful. What's up, Celia? Greeny blue EL backlights. Oh, you mean like Indiglow? My insulin pump used to have Indiglow. When I had the one that what's his face has, the Mini Medtronic. The year was 2005 or 8, and I had a freaking Indiglow screen on my insulin pump. It was like, haven't we moved past this? View the documentation. Indiglow, I think, was a specific company, so I don't have the wireless version of this, and I don't have the one with the plug at the bottom. Still works on a 1993 touchscreen watch. How about any of those watches that Groovy has? He has like three watches. I don't know if any of those have backlighting on them. I used to have a watch. I don't remember if it had. I think it did have the back glow, but it was really cool for its time because it had the hands in the background, and then in the foreground it had an LCD over top of it, so you could still get like Indiglow, and you could still get digital time, and a couple other features, but the Fossil with the 3 batteries. Does that has backlighting like that? The other Lone Star? If you guys, I don't know, a lot of you guys don't know the other Lone Star. He was around a long time ago. He's still around the Discord. Works in New York with special effects, theater museum stuff. But he did the original 2 tanks that were facing against one another on Twitch that had little like hammers that would bonk each other on the head. And since then, he's been a good friend of the show. But he got one of those the super common Casio watches, and they just released, like, somebody made new internals for it, so it has like Wi-Fi and stuff on it, and you can like sync it with like complicated like calendar stuff and all that. It's really cool. Yeah, I think he got like a gold band, one of those. Got the fire backlight that runs LR44. Oh my god. Those are big batteries. Okay, RP2040. That's our microcontroller. Pi in the designed by Raspberry Pi in the United Kingdom. Dual core ARM Cortex Mo. Up to 133. This is so much specification for a fucking keyboard. LR41. Yeah, we just had to replace like no, sorry, it's the calipers that run LR44s or 45s or something. I forget. We just had to replace the CR2032s on the sliding door. Apparently, the security company puts in this sensor, and it runs off of 2 CR2032 coin cells, and it has a little switch in it so that if you pull the cover off, it'll set off the alarm. But the batteries went out, and so we had to pull it off of this thing. When they installed it, there's a little grippy thing on the case that indicates that you can grab it and pull the case apart. Because it screws in. The bottom half of the case screws in, and you can pull off the top half, and then it sets off that tamper button. But they put the little crinkly part of it on the opposite side. So I'm sitting there looking at this thing like, there has to be a way to get into this if it's got replaceable batteries. Like, how do I do this? I'm like poking at it. I'm looking at everything. I eventually had to barely exploit a seam, put a screwdriver in there, and just pop it all off. Oh, okay, so it just pops off. There's literally a grip that helps you pop it off. But they put that up where it was blocked. Jerks. Just jerks. Jerks all around. Everyone is jerks. All right. Mass storage of USB, 26 multifunction, 20. This is going to be important. SPI, I2C, UART, ADC, nothing about voltage level. There's a programming header, that's interesting. Low power sleep, dual core arm, power, voltage, anyone? I love it when they don't tell you, like, this crucial piece of information. Since we work in an environment that involves 5 volts often. Very nice of them to do. Yeah. On the ceiling and upside down. Exactly, yeah. It's like, what am I supposed to do here? And then the security company, like, sends all these alerts out, and we call them, and they're not there. Like, wait, I thought you were supposed to, like, be a security. I thought we were supposed to be able to talk to somebody there to tell them that it's a false alarm. They wanted like over $100 to send somebody out to change those batteries too. You can use a Pico to do remote debugging on another Pico. Sounds a little weird. Machines building machines. Blah, 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 blah. Where do they say the voltage level? Why does nobody give us this information? Internal temperature sensor. I'm sitting here sweating. I guess I would need like the full part number or something, full data sheet. I don't listen, Celia. It's not about getting information from chat. Chat is like the ultimate IDE/Google. Chat is a cheat code, and I'm showing you guys that like this is an important piece of information. I need to see it. And that's part of the experience here, is that we're not getting that piece of information. I believe that acronym probably has something to do with the 2040 blah 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 blah. All this information, nobody's given us any hard. It's like these people hate hardware. It's like these people hate hardware. I wonder if the Adafruit listing is what tells us. That's kind of a cool one. I could have used that. That one at least has the right USB on it. All right, there's some pretty cool boards for this thing. That one looks like a game console. Oh, short for smashing pumpkins into small piles of putrid debris? What? All right. So, step file, fritzing part. At least they have the step file. That's nice. We got the fritzing parts and everything like that. Pico W, that just adds the wireless. Documentation for the Raspberry Pi. Okay, where's the data sheet? So they designed the microcontroller, huh? That's pretty cool. So we have to go all the way to the point of looking at the data sheet for the microcontroller, and we have to go into this. There is, I don't know what it is. I think it might be a smoke alarm. If it's the garage, like the Verizon battery in the garage that's supposed to run the phone system, if there's a power out, there's like a beep. And I think it's down here, I'm not sure, but there's a periodic beep that I keep hearing, and it's driving me batshit insane while I try to concentrate on this stuff. I'm about to pop off. I'm about to go out with a hammer and destroy every electronic device that I can find within arm's reach, just because every minute and 40 seconds there's a beep. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. The problem is it might be related. If it's that battery, if it's the battery in the garage, the security system battery in the garage that's supposed to power the phone lines in the event of a power outage. Yeah, please stop the beeping. Apparently, if you read up on the wiki, on the wiki about Darth Vader's suit, the lore that people were making about it is that it beeps periodically and randomly, like just to annoy him. I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, there's that beep is going on somewhere in the garage. And if it's the battery in the garage that's for the phone system. We replaced that in February. I don't know what the hell these phone system batteries are doing. I guess sitting in a hot garage is probably bad for a chemical battery. A stateless device. 40 millimeter, dual arm core. It just jumps right into the features. High performance, 30 multifunction GPIO, 6 IO for flash. There's no, where's my min-max table? Here's my pin table. Pin table. There's no min-max table. These guys are off. These guys are off script. This needs to be more like a normal microcontroller. I mean, it is very close. It does look a lot like a normal data sheet. Maybe it's towards the bottom. Sometimes they put that stuff towards the bottom. Corrections, something about timers. Let's keep going. That's appendix. Electrical characteristics. Yeah, they put it towards the bottom. Okay, that's not unheard of. VDD 0.3 for that. 353 input. Where's my main input voltage characteristics? Maximum ratings 3.63. I'm just having trouble with this because they're not explicitly stating that it is a 3.3 volt device. I've been told that by somebody in chat, but nobody's going to have that ability. Nobody has chat up with them. I'm an edge case. All right, well, fine. 3.3 volts it is. That's going to be an issue. Well, actually, no, it's got its own regulator on it, too, because it'll run off of USB, so. Same reason I have 2 in a bin unused, yeah. They sort of combined a datasheet and user's guide. This is the problem with people who don't typically manufacture stuff. They really needed to, I don't know, but we expect a certain form out of these things. And I think they've adhered to it somewhat. A lot of microcontroller datasheets are like this, though. It's not so much, I mean, it's not so much a user guide. They give you all of the commands and stuff that it runs, and then they give you all the electrical functionality. It's all in one giant datasheet. This is not that uncommon. Putting the electrical min-max stuff at the bottom is something that you rarely see, but it is something that is done. So, USB/IO, analog. So how much current can I run off of this thing? See, the other thing is like, well, I guess the backlighting is directly on the USB, so I think that's all good. Yeah, microcontroller datasheets are like this. They're extremely large. Core voltage, so the end product only needs to supply the IO voltage. Of what? Hey, guys, of what? What's the voltage? Man, what a bunch of craziness here. All right, so I'm just trying to get an idea of the hardware because I've never worked with this thing before. Here, let's take a look. Never worked with this thing before. I got no idea. So we've got, wait, where's my, what the hell? Where's my chat backing? I guess that's not in this one. Yeah, there we go. That's the one that I, okay, so chat's just, yeah, there we go. Okay. I was going to the wrong scene. Raspberry Pi Pico. I don't have any idea of what any of the components are on this thing. It looks like the 2 data lines are enormous. Got a bunch of I/O pins on the outside. There is some kind of an additional chip, which isn't, I mean, that's the voltage regulator, I'm guessing. So, boot test button, and then that might be storage, memory storage on the side, because you're able to actually throw files into this thing and have them execute. And then we got a debug port on the bottom. Debug. Bunch of test points, and I'm wondering if those 2 are my D- and D+ for USB, because I'm gonna want to get rid of the plug. I don't want a plug on this thing. I mean, if I keep the plug, that's all well and good, but I would like to run my own USB cable out of the back of the keyboard. So what we're gonna do is basically move this thing. we're going to take these two right there and route them into this. Although this one already has its own protection, so maybe we just take it from all the way up here. And we'll desolder pretty much the entirety of this stuff. We may want to keep some of the stuff over here for voltage regulating, for you know, keeping input voltage nice and stable for all the other electronics. But MSP 430, datasheets 81 pages. The user guide is 703. Oh my God. Yeah, so that's, I mean, that's the idea, right? Is we want to basically just strap this thing onto the back of the other one. I may have to go try to find that beep if it's going to continue to get into my brain space all stream. I don't want to have to pull out the wire wrapping wires, but we will if we need to. Well, I mean not the wire wrapping, I mean the motor wires. I could just use a plug. I could use one of the USB plugs that I have and then just wire it down into the, maybe that's what we do. But yeah, I mean, I've got an idea of how everything's going to function together. We could do the hardware first. We could do the software first. I wanted to get a better idea of what the microcontroller was, like where my pins are. So let's open up the easier wiring documentation for it. Raspberry Pi Pico. I could just do an image search on that. God, they're really pushing the Google images away. And then we basically find this thing. It's one of these things. These are pretty helpful. Okay, well, we got to choose where everything's going on this. So what do we have here? VBus, vSystem, ground, 3.3 enable, 3.3 out, 3v3 enable. ADC ref, we don't need to mess with. A lot of grounds. The Raspberry Pi people really like to give you extra grounds inside of all of your pinouts. And we're going to need to use a lot of the pins on this thing too, aren't we? So we need an I2C, we need SDA and an SCL. We could just use 0, I guess, assuming that it's not going to be interfering with anything else. I guess we'll learn that as we get to it. We'll burn those bridges when we get to them. SWDIO, ground and clock. I mean, this might be a bit more of a cakewalk than I thought we were getting into today. This might be very easy. All right, well, I guess what I can do here is I can just use the snip tool and just grab this and bring it over to our other document. Should probably get the whole thing. God, that beep is continuing to go off, and I feel like I need to go investigate it. It sounds like it's down here. I think it is definitely down here. All right, get everybody in the same area. So how many rows and columns are we going to need out of this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26. Might be pushing it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh boy. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Aha. So if I don't run the screen and I don't have any functioning LEDs on the entire thing, I've got enough pins. But if I need anything, I don't have enough pins. What the hell? Oh boy, we got to figure this one out then. I know, multiplexers. Let me see here. I mean, I do have plenty of multiplexers. But yeah, we're running into a GPIO issue because we literally only have 26 GPIOs to work with. There are test points on the bottom, I think. I don't think there are additional. If there were pins on the bottom, I'd be happy, but no. Doesn't look like we get extra pins on the bottom. You can put 5 volts on VSys. I mean, I would pretty much be using the USB input. Yeah, those are just test points. So they don't run any additional I/O to the back. We might be just entirely limited by this thing. The question is then if we can use some other hardware in order to run. I can't believe we've run out of pins on this thing, you know? Yeah, that's where I think I'm pretty much there, Sci Guy. Unless we can run them on like a port expander or something. So let's take a look at what they got. Why use Paint? Well, what are you using that's so much better than Paint? I don't know. It's just easy. Just easy to use. Yeah, because I've mapped out, I've figured out where code is running all of their rows and columns from, and it is 26 pins. Let me do a recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that's 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26. Yeah, they're using exactly the number of I/O that this thing has. So the question is, how do we get extra pins on this? Because it's not like if we had 2 pins, we could have made those 2 pins into I2C, and then the I2C could have controlled everything else. And I think that's maybe what this keyboard is doing originally. I think that may be what it does originally, is it runs those 2 extra pins and it runs them to digital accessories. I don't know though. I don't know. There's a lot of pin out on this on the one thing. I guess we're back to the QMK documentation to see what kind of stuff we can do. Back to the QMK documentation to see if we can run something like a port expander or a thingy. It's a little thing that we could run that like runs the stuff. Where'd my QMK? There it is. Okay. Keyboards documentation. The official documentation is powered by Doxify. Tutorial. Setup firmware, flashing firmware, fax, troubleshooting, squeezing space from AVR, configurator, CLI. Like a lot of these things are not very hardware focused. That's what always ends up at driver installation with ZDiag. Am I gonna have to run ZDiag every time I want to plug my computer or plug my keyboard into a computer? That's gonna be obnoxious. IDEs, Eclipse. Oh God, no. My fork. All right, let's see. Key codes, modifier, quantum, advanced key codes, software features, hardware features, displays, lighting, audio, Bluetooth, boot magic, custom matrix. Custom matrix is one thing we will be very much interested in. Haptic feedback, LED indicators, MIDI, pointing devices, stenography, no, a thermal printer, and wiring, ISP flashing guide, I2C, ADC, audio, SPI, WS2812, flash, serial, UART, GPIO, keyboard guidelines. I'm not seeing a lot about sort of more hardcore. Obviously, it's open source, so, you know, it's anything under the sun. But I want to see what the official route is for doing this. Default matrix scanning routine with your own code. The reason to do this features include extra hardware, regular switch yeah, that's me. Regular matrices. Implementing custom matrix usually involves compilation, additional source file. So you would need a source file in there. Let's see. Matrix.ix, full replacement. Oh boy. I mean, does the configurator tool do that? Okay, so this didn't really help us. So I need to know how to get more I/O out of this thing. Because I mean, I could just ignore, you know, no screen and no LEDs. I don't know how people are out here building keyboards with stuff like this. Well, this shouldn't be an uncommon thing. What do other people do? We'll do a quick Google Images and see if we can find it. Yeah, there's somebody with 104. That's my layout. That's a Raspberry Pi Pico. There are no indicator LEDs. Mysterium kit, Raspberry Pi, artificial keyboard, keypad. Pico's build knows exception. Gaming 9009. I don't care about the keycaps. NV official and GitHub. Okay, so what is your pinout? Are they just using all the pins? I like curvy traces. Yeah, it looks like they're just doing straight up. I mean, there is an LED on the board, but I don't see any other chips or anything like that. So no port expanders here. So they probably ran out of pins. They could probably only run, or their matrix is a little larger and differently organized. Free ad for PCB way. All right. What the hell is that? Somebody make a little tiny miniature keyboard. They had a little tiny keyboard. That thing looks like it hurts. Look at that. Ow. My fingers hurt just thinking about that. How did you do it? Show me your hardware. Welcome to Bolt Hardware. All right. Give me some more info. 87 keyboard. Oh my God. 4-port USB hub. Uh-oh. That would be the Pico, right? RPi Pico. Rows and columns. Yeah, it looks like they're probably redoing. They're not subject to the matrix that I am. They're not subject to the matrix that I am because we're working within the code 10 keyless, and the code 10 keyless has their matrix organized in a particular way. What is this thing saying? Oh my God. Why did that get a notification? My glucose level's through the roof right now. I'm not happy with it. Yeah, so I mean, what we're wondering right now is whether or not I can run either some kind of a multiplexer or like a port expander, something that would enable me to not use up every single I/O on this board. The other microcontroller boards that I have available to me right now, they're probably not up to the task. I mean, this thing should be fine if we can give it a couple more pins. That way I can run the screen and I can run the LEDs and I can run the backlighting all off of the same processor. It's just going to need an extra chip, and we can do all kinds of stuff to dead bug that chip or get it on its own little accessory PCB. Everything's got to be flat though. It's got to fit. 2 half keyboards. I could do what they did originally and use some kind of other IO from the chip in order to run a separate microcontroller. I really don't want to do that. So let's see, QMK multiplexer, maybe. Yeah, we're going into the Reddit results now. Set multiplexer, set muxer to pin. Okay, so it is possible. I gotta see what I have. I have I2C expanders. I'd rather use the I2C expanders, but I don't think they're fast enough. Using custom key scanning code will make it harder for you to keep up with changes in QMK. Before you commit to yourself this path, consider these alternatives. Note. Let's just see what the discussion is. Because these people will have sussed out the problem for us already. That'll be helpful. I was hoping that this would be a quick thing, but we ran out of pins. That's the only problem we're having, is that we don't have enough pins. If you're doing this more to learn, have something you'll be maintaining years, you can safely ignore email sharing. Own thought process, Teensy 2.0. I'm assuming you're using a Teensy 2.0 since you don't say which Teensy you're using. Oh, they're using a Teensy anyway, but instead of limiting yourself to the Teensy 2, you can use a 2.0 plus. I don't have any of those. Blah, 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 blah. I don't say what are the things you want to free up. Blah, blah, blah. Teensy 3.6, 2.0. I do actually have a 3.6 on hand. I do have a Teensy 3.6 that's looking for a project. It was gonna go with a joystick project. I thought I could use the Pi Pico though for this. So I guess that's maybe one of our alternatives, which, you know, the king of I/O. This thing is ridiculous. Bum, bum, where the hell's... There's a lot of I/O on this thing. This thing has a lot of pins, and if that's not enough, there's more on the back. There's so many pins. There's so many pins. There's so many pins. Paul Stoffrigan, what were you doing? Why would you do this to us, Paul Stoffrigan? Why? I mean, maybe we're running QMK on this thing. This might be it. This was $4. This was $30. I'm not incredibly excited about using my $30 microcontroller on this thing. You got a Pi Compute. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I would rather run the port expander, but if it means that things are going to be a little wonky, I don't know what to do about that. So now we got to make a decision here. Yeah, I know. I have to use all of the pins if that's the microcontroller. TNC 3.6 QMK. I gotta see what I have on hand. Remember, we're using what we have on hand. I don't think I have those shift registers. We'll come back to what I was looking at. I just want to look. I have a very large Tipro 128 key, point of sale. Oh, God. These people are crazy. Yes. You walk up to the LAN party and you unpack this motherfucker. What are the controls in this game? What button do I hit? What? Everything is buttons. I don't... What? Where am I? What is this? What kind of a cruel god? Help! There's no shift. We just have more keys. You just move your hand up. Yeah, if you ever find yourself needing more macros, here's your keyboard. Jesus Christ. It uses mechanical keys. All right, anyway, wow. Good luck, man. Under the impression it would flash just like any other TNC, but it seems that the MC is ARM Cortex. Looks like there's some scattered support with Chibias, the new board I can find, make file libraries, TNC 3. Blah, blah, blah. This was asked 5 years ago. All right, so there's probably more support. There are Arduino libraries available. Feel that it should be possible for a quick Chibias. Starting to feel like it would be easier to start from scratch for the Arduino land. Ugh. Too late for me. Oh God, what have you done? You can't save me. Okay, use some usable firmware, huh? Okay, I don't think that's exactly what I was looking for, but the TNC 3.6 is the only other processor that I have that could possibly handle it, and it is like 12 times the price. So so let's try to use the $4 one. Let's do QMK I2C port expander. Code that just works. Okay. Further, QMK firmware for the I/O expander can feel a little bit magical. It's written by taking inspiration by some similar projects. Okay, so this is some person that's involved with the project heavily. Tweaks with different good idea to refactor this code at some point to be more generic. Ideally, most of the code is in matrix.c, wouldn't be needed. So the existing generic code under Quantum would be used. This is too high level. Or too low level. This is like, he's like explaining like the little hairs on the tree roots, and I'm looking for the right forest. I want to use the row pins to send a signal by changing the voltage on one row pin, then read the column pins to detect which pins register the new voltage. Okay, yeah, that's... Why are the switches depressed? Connecting this row to the columns on the ferrous. What? Row pins are this. The column pins are this. To allow for up to 8 microcontrollers to coexist on the same I2C bus, the chip has 3 address pins that can be connected. Yeah. Microcontrollers. I think he's calling the port expander a microcontroller, which it's an ASIC, but oh, the little beep in the background is really getting to me. Well, your address pins are connected to ground. What is he talking about? What are you talking about? Are we spooling off our own Tasmoda? Hardware is significantly different from mine in terms of the pull-up situation. Things this page. Oh, they're referring to an MCP230X dock. I think I have an MCP230 somewhere in this shop. Let's take a look. I think we can find it. I think I have this exact thing, which would be a nice little segue into the overcomplication of this project, because we'd have the screen on I2C, and then we'd have the we need something on the I2C, because we got a screen, we have LEDs, we have 3 different LED systems, and then we have all of the keys. All the keys fill up the entire microcontroller. I would have loved to put the screen and the LEDs onto their own port expander, because those are a little bit less high priority. But then we still have a problem where all of the pins of the microcontroller are being used. All of them. Ah, what a bunch of piss. What a bunch of piss. MCP230, is that you? Is that you, MCP230? Are you an I2C port expander? I don't think you are. We probably need one of these. What's up, Devil? How's it going? There's a that's the wrong view. There's a beep in the basement right now. There's a beep somewhere outside of my workshop that's periodically beeping. I don't think it's a smoke alarm, because I don't think those have batteries. I think those are, well, maybe they do. Why phobe? I think this is a level shifter. We're looking for a port expander, because I spilled something on my keyboard, and in doing so, rendered it useless. The Sonic's microcontroller, what is in command of the keyboard, decided to fuck off and die. So now I'm left with a big inert chunk of keyboard. What we're trying to do, yeah, I think that one was a voltage level sensor. Oh, this one was for FPGA sound. What we're looking for is a way to put a port expander onto this sucker right here, because I've done the reverse engineering on the keyboard, and we looked at the IOs of this thing. This thing has 26 inputs and outputs that we can use. In order to run just the keys of the keyboard, I need 26. That's the same number. So that means that there would be no accessories at all. So we're hunting. We're on the hunt. That is not what I need. It's a cool chip, but it's not what I need. I think I had the port expander on one of these boards, but I can't be totally certain. It might be in a different bin, and I might just have loose chips. What is that one? int1, int2, SDA, ADXL345. Oh, it's an accelerometer. I see a ZYX marking on it. That's kind of cool. That's kind of neat. Any hole in the bottom of the board? No. There's a microcontroller compatibility list. That's pretty cool. Thought I recognized it. Oh, yeah, that's right. I bought those boards for the 3D printer. That's right. Here, I'll bring you guys a little bit more into the realm of what I'm actually looking at, which is a bunch of bullshit that I put into bins. Microscope isn't exactly flattering for this kind of view, but, like, you know, I got the old Linbus stuff. That's collected some dust. We got some other type of accelerometer board, I believe, for like a drone or some shit. These are all just the loose boards that may or may not find themselves a job at some point. That's the prototyping bin. I didn't want to have to involve the prototyping bin, but every now and then shit happens, right? There's a lux sensor. I thought there was a port expander in this bin. This would be a good place for an I2C port expander. This would be a good place for it, but it might just be that I've got them in like individual chips, because I remember I bought a bunch of them because I'm like, these are always useful. It's always useful to be able to put pins on an I2C device. I think this is a servo controller from Pololu from a million years ago. Yeah, copyright 2005. What are you? What are you? SC16S. This is some kind of a complicated thing that requires its own clock. It does have a bunch of pins on it, but I don't know what it is. SC16IS750. SC16LS750. I think it's LS. And then I have to use not that view. I swapped around the monitor view just so that it didn't look like I was looking at my pants when I was doing this. Yeah, always useful, never used. I think I have an MCP23. I think I have one of those somewhere. Hold on, let's just see what the SC16IS is. No. Always afraid that some weird result's gonna appear in that hotbar. I2C SPI interface to single channel high performance UART. What? And then it's got an additional 8 I/O pins, which, hey, an additional 8 I/O pins could get us our extra pin. No, that's not how this works. I guess this is I2C to SPI or something. SPI into their device, and then a bunch of I2C devices. Yeah, I guess this would be like if you want to run. Why did I buy that? Why did I buy that? That's not something I need. It's not. I can't think of any use for something like that. Why would I buy something so weird and complicated? Why I gotta make things so complicated? What is this? Can I run my keyboard off of this abomination that I just found? How many IOs does this thing have? What the hell? SparkFun, IO. OTG. What the hell's an IOTG? Is it on the list? It's a PIC24F. Yeah, I didn't actually know that. You can hover over the Twitch logo and then it'll flip. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna show this on the microscope. Sorry. No pics. No. Yeah, it's some PIC24F board that I found. I mean, I've got like 50 I/O in this thing. I would have, if it were the right processor, if it were a decent processor, it'd have no trouble. Oh well, so much for that. 5-volt. See, SparkFun knows. You put that right on the front, so people don't blow up your microcontroller. Oh well, so much for you, PIC. Damn PIC microcontrollers. Okay, port expander, MCP, something or other. I really could have sworn that I had one in here, but it doesn't look like it is. It doesn't look like it is. I'm gonna dig a little bit more. We'll dig around just a little bit more in here and see if we can find it. But then we'll pack this up and I'll look through the actual. Oh no! Did I just break my bin? No, it's still good. Luckily, it pops out on the right vector. Gotta pop it right back in. Yep. All right. Let's see. So if there's a chance that I have something in here, but if I don't, there's another chance that I have the chip itself in my drawers of stuff. I'm pretty sure I do, actually. I'm pretty sure I know exactly where it is. In my mind's eye, I can see it. Ooh, I could have my keyboard measure atmospheric pressure. Yeah, that's the feature we've all wanted on our keyboards. And if you don't think so, you're lying. You know, you've been sitting there at your desk like, man, I wonder what the atmospheric pressure is around here. And you're like, and you bottle it up. You bottled it up. You don't even remember wanting that information, but you know you do. You all know you do in your heart of hearts. Oh yeah, this is an actual, like, what is it? It's like an altitude sensor. Okay, nope. We don't have any on breakout boards. That's not the end of the story, though. I don't know why I don't have any on breakout boards, because it's probably one of the single most useful chips that you can have, especially when you're dealing with lots of rows and columns of stuff, and generally the type of shit that I get up to. Close the book. All right, MCP 23 something or other. Nah, no 4067 breakouts. It's gonna get asked. Somebody's gonna ask it. They're gonna go, where did you get those bins? Got them off of Alibaba. The only thing that I can point you towards is it says when tie on the top of them, and they're literally just Google SMD storage bin, and you'll find a billion of these types of things. They all snap together. They're very, very useful in making these little working clusters of stuff. But then I use them as well for storage. If you drop them, they will jettison the entire contents of the bin. They'll just do that. So my advice is if you have to use these, don't drop them. Just don't drop them. Just don't do it. What is that chip? I think that's an Atmel. Okay, so we are looking for MCP 2300 series. Now I've got some Maxim multiplexers, but they're not fast multiplexers. They're not the kind of multiplexer that you would use in this. The multiplexers that I have from Maxim are emulating what it would be like to have a physical switch disconnect and then connect. Very fast, but that's extremely slow in terms of what we're doing. What we're doing is we want fast multiplexing. Maybe some of these match the specs that we might need from a multiplexer. What a multiplexer allows you to do is to have a singular sense pin or multiple sense pins and have them connected to multiple different devices as you put out like basically a binary number into the multiplexer. So you go 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4, and it'll connect to those things. And the reason that I have them is because the multiplexing in this case was to get readings from analog sensors that were on brain probes. They were brain probes that were used to measure the amount of light reflecting back from the frontal lobe, from the lobe of their brain. So some of these might be useful over here. And actually, I'm not ruling out that some of these are actually MCPs. Let's just take a look at them. I'm not using relays. Stop it. Stop it with your scope creepy. You get all scope creepy on me. It's getting weird. MLX, MCP 47. No, that's a digit-pot. MLX, and that's a Hall sensor. Down, chat. I gotta keep you guys on task. Wandering off into the land of relays. We're already creeping the scope because I need to put a multiplexer on this. Max 333. What are Max 333? Where's my browser window? Where am I? What is this place? Who are you? Get out of my shop. Really? Is that what it is? Hold on. Yeah, it is just Max 333. Maxim is the company that you go to when you want a very specific ASIC and you don't mind the price. So this is the one that I'm talking about where it's actually emulating a switch. Not really good for multiplexing. It's too slow. Sit there just listening to it click. It would be actually kind of relaxing. All right, so that's not the right one. That one goes back. My foot fell asleep. I gotta stand up. Stand up. Make sure to like stand up, you guys. I don't want my chat dying of fucking blood clots. Move your legs. Don't be sedentary. Where are we? What are you? 42100 ISL. These are some old parts, so I don't know if these will be useful at all. 42100 ISL. Microchip. MCP 41 something or other series. Single dual digital potentiometer with SPI. Oh, where were these? Where were these when I was building the joystick? I think maybe the value for them is too high or something like that. These would have been perfect. I probably should have used these. Maybe they didn't have enough like granularity. What's the resolution on these? Why are there digipots? Oh yeah, these digipots were part of the brain thing. They were tuning the analog. Sorry, they were tuning this thing. Whatever it is, amplifier. My brain. Yeah. All right. All right. So this isn't us. This ain't us. All right, let's focus down a little bit. We're looking for what was it again? Yeah, MCP 2300. And if we can find one, we could potentially get this keyboard to work. Because those are other Maxim parts here. Just want to make sure that it's not. I think the MCP 23X series are larger. Yeah, these are other Maxim chips. These might be the ones that are actually multiplexers. These might be the ones that are actually something that I could swap in. But let's keep focus here. Keep focus, because it's easy to get sucked into Partlandia. Uh-oh, extra chip on the board. Bah! Garbage. Let's see here. Are those all the other remaining parts bins? There's some other sort of small parts things. Just kind of getting them out. See when I need them. I think we'll find what we need in these, though. All right, this is all the stuff left over from the SparkFun generic bin. Opto, solid max 308, temp, line regulator. It's the high-speed amplifier. 8 boob. A boob. Add boob. Don't need, no. Max 308? I don't think that's going to be it. I think that's the quad version of the switch. Let's just check. Yeah, it's still in the 3 series, so. Is that a raccoon? This is that. This pronunciation. Max 308. 8-channel high, yeah, so that's that is a multiplexer. That's a high-performance multiplexer. So this one might actually be usable. This might be the one that we could actually use. Where's my actual data sheet on this thing? So this one is not a digital switch. This one is, in fact, a multiplexer. So if you have, you have one channel over here on the common, and then as you feed it the 3 addresses, it will connect to these 8 pins on the other side. So you're taking 1 pin and you're turning it into 8. So if you can get a decently stable reading off of that, and I don't know how that's going to work, you could actually run, you could run that out to all the rows and the columns and just have 2 pins that are dedicated to everything. If you've got 8 and 8, how's that going to work? I'm going to need 2 on the column, on the rows, and one of the, well, then again, the columns are activated and the rows are sensed. So you could use this to activate your rows, and you could run all the columns into the microcontroller, depending on what the scheme is here. Yeah, you're turning 3 pins into 8 pins. So that could work. That could be part of the circuit. Yeah, and it should work for both, because if the connection is made, you can sense to see whether or not there's power there. Okay. So the Max 308 is going to be our fallback unless we can find the... I don't even know if we should really worry about I2C because we've got I2C for the screen. But I have a feeling I have one of those chips. Let's just see if we have that chip. But the Max 308 I think is probably the way we're going to end up going. So 308. Put that aside. The rest of these, now I'm pretty sure that I had a bin that was full of port expanders. I'm pretty sure I bought them for another project. I could just, maybe I'm just fucking going insane. That might be it. I might just be losing my mind. Maybe, perhaps, my mind was already gone. And I never had it in the first place. Because this is starting to look a lot like what I was looking for. And that's a PNP array, quad 2222. Some kind of a thing. Line rec, TO92. I don't know. That's looking like that's our only option. Hold on. My mind! What happened to it? Who took it? Was it you? Let's see. Covered switch. Used opto isolators. Something I don't know. Random pins. I need to organize these things. I think I need to organize these things a little bit. Got a bunch of shunts. Xaner diodes. There's the electron opto isolator. I2C prom. I don't even know what an LPF is. Low pass filter. 30G wire clamps. Oh, that's where those were. I was looking for those. Yeah. That's not looking too good. Not looking too good. Is there any more? I'm looking for more bins in here. I think that's it. I think we've gone through everything. So the Max 308 or bust. Remember, we are limited by the parts that I have on hand. As usual. What's this bin full of? There, I could have sworn there was a bin that was just chock full of them. Those I2C port expanders, because I have used them in the past. Do we use one in any of our recent projects? Maybe I don't have any. Maybe I can't remember. Maybe I can't remember any projects that I've used them on. Where's Waldo though? He's dead. He's in the back of the drawer, curled up, dead. There's nothing we can do for him. Okay, yeah, so I guess that's it. I guess we're using that Max. Now, see, the thing is, like, while it is possible to use whatever I want, did I check desoldered MISC? Yeah, that's mostly at Mega 328s in that one. There's my AT Tinies. Yeah, I think we're muxing. We be muxing. We're gonna be muxing this. None of these Max chips were useful. What a world. Okay, so Max 308. Now the thing is, the 308's pretty old. I don't know what kind of results we're going to be getting with this thing. I'm debating if we should make a perf board. Everything is working off of 3 volts, and the Max 308 harkens from a time of 5 volts. Monolithic CMOS analog mux offers low on resistance, blah, blah, blah. Leakage. 1 of 8 devices fabricated max 44 volt silicon gate. Muxes operate with a single +5 to +30 supply. That's a problem. We have 5 volts available to us. Is it going to be safe, or can we run it at 3 volts at all? Okay. B plus. 0.3 volts to 44. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Well, never mind. I guess it'll be okay. Analog signal range. -15 to +15 volts. And are we looking at the 30... We're looking at the 308, right? Yeah, 308 and 309. All right, okay. I think a 309 has two 4-pin channels on it, which I have. I have 309s. Okay. Plus 15 volts. Well, logic input plus 3 volts. Oh, that's a little better. Okay, good. So we know it works. We know it works. Just, oh god, plus 15 volts. This is like way overkill. Okay. So what's that gonna look like? If we mux everything, how many pins for what do we need? We go back to beautiful MS Paint. Look at it go. So if I were to take all of these, I mean, we've got 8 rows, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the rows are easy enough. So we just put all the rows into this thing. So it'd be. Now I don't know about how the firmware is going to handle this. That's my concern is how is the firmware going to be able to handle this? Because like everything else will just go right into a pin. Let's just do. I mean, even if I run one of these, how many pins am I? I'm turning 8. That means I have 5 pins left over. If I use one of these for the rows only, and everybody else goes directly into the microcontroller, then I'm saving my. Oop, no, I've cut off part of my thing. Let's hold on. Let's spread out a little bit here. We need to spread out. This is my sacred keyboard drawing right here. Was there really one that said I2C port expander? I think there probably was. Did I miss it? Did I completely miss it? I think I did. I think I looked right over it. Son of a bitch. I2C mux. That's for muxing I2C specifically. I think there is one that's labeled I2C port expander. I think you're right. Logic NFET, Max 308, PFET, AT-Tiny, Opto, I2C mux. So this is for switching between 2 I2C lines. So it's not really all that useful. Quad 2s. Okay, not there, not there. I have to get out of my own head. This is one of those hiding in plain sight kind of things. Bear Buns, thank you for subbing with a Prime. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Just out of nowhere. Hey, good on you. Now, in the future, we'll be able to actually get you onto the board. We'll be able to get you onto a board. I2C, 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 no. No. Oh, no, that's the mux. We're looking for I2C port expander, which may very well be a bin. That's why I'm humoring this. Nothing. Did I actually have a bin that said that? I believe it. I just didn't see it. Is it literally in front of my face? Like, what am I missing here? Because it would be shocking to me if it was like right here. No, that one just says mux. I don't know what you guys are seeing that I'm not. Where are the rest of my bins? I thought I had more than this. Oh, what are these? Hold on. Oh god, why doesn't that one have a... Where did my... Oh, I gotta be really careful with that. Hold on. We need to take a door off of a different bin. Oh, no, that bin has stuff in it. Oh boy, where do I have a bin left over? Those are all used. Yeah. Okay, hold on, hold on. I don't want to have a blowout here. That had a label on it. Oh, there it is. There's the bin. these bins explode kind of easily, so, and they create a situation when they do that they can rain parts down. Okay, that's safe now. I2C 4-pin fan, I2C accelerometer. Hold on, all right. You guys are seeing something that I'm not, and I don't know if you're right or if it's one of those things. Go through these carefully. Fucked AT Tinies, Hyros, F beads, Shocky diodes, some resonators, some, what the fuck, some weird stuff. White LED, blue LED, green LED, some other parts. Whatever the hell this thing is. Oh, that's my thermal imager. LIN receivers, digipots, Hall sensors. Coils, 1A, SOT, 3 volt, XY caps, Vicor, Panasonic caps, AT Tinies, SOTs, SO8 op amp. Nothing I2C here. Green, blue, orange, pink LEDs. I2C port extender. God damn it. I didn't see that. There they are. So do we use the I2C one now? Yeah, they're pretty cool. WRX it up. So here's the deal. So we could use the Max 308, or we could use an actual bona fide I2C expander. I knew I had a whole bin of these fucking things. Didn't know where it was. Op amps, Pololu ICs. Here's like miscellaneous ICs that I've had throughout the way. Some Schottky diodes. I don't even know. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, okay. So let's get this stuff out of here before I throw the things around. He was basically hiding in plain sight. I mean, you know, you get the blinders on. You don't see stuff sometimes. So the question is, which one do we want to use? Which one is going to be better? I would assume that the mux is going to be faster. I would assume that's faster. But let's see what we can find in terms of using a mux with this system. If I can find like a guide, I'm sure it's all there. I'm sure I can find what I need to find in order to run either of them. But yeah, see, that's my concern. They're gonna just call you Shy Guy. I think that's what you're trying to get at. Because I think maybe I2C polling of ports isn't going to be as fast as muxing is. Muxing is going to be extremely fast because you are just giving it a voltage level and it immediately gives you, you know, something on the common port for the 8. So I don't know if it would be. I don't think it would be better, to be honest. I think maybe running, because I2C only gets so fast. You know, like even our LIN bus stuff was like on the order of I2C speeds, and it wasn't that good at relaying button presses properly. So let's see. So QMK, let's see, QMK mux. It's not really a 4051, but I mean, it's close enough, right? Yeah, this is the same thread. 4051. How does the 4051 work? (4051) CMOS analog multiplexer demux to mux 4051. So we've got 8 inputs, 1 output. It's the same fucking thing as the Maxim chip. So this may be what we want to do. I2C is muy good. I don't know if you're trying to invoke Jar Jar Binks on that because it's bad, or what your strategy is here. This is much lower voltage because it is a much newer chip. Even though the 4051's been around forever. I don't know why. Anyway. No, yeah, it's not a shift register. It is a mux. Digital write, multi... What is all this? Set muxer to pin. 0, row. Digital write. So we're using... This is like a different... I don't know if this is QMK. This is QMK. Cherry RC128. 128 switches in 8 rows and 16 columns. I think that's what we have, right? We need to like... I need to like count... I know it's 8 rows. So I think it probably is 16 columns. Let's just make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17. I'm going to say 18 just so I don't go crazy. So it's 18 columns and 8 rows. I double count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, it is 18. So 18 and 8. We'll just do big pencil. Big pencil. Big pencil. 1, 8 columns, and then 8 row. Okay, so 8 rows, 18 columns in order to make up this keyboard. I don't have much control of that. The PCB is the PCB. It's already there. Everything's already wired up to be this wackadoodle scheme that they've got going on here. And if I'm going to resurrect this keyboard, I'm going to keep the main PCB. I'm not going to rewire everything. It is unfortunate that it does it this way, but I mean, that's just what they designed it to do. I guess they prioritized the areas where your fingies are doing most of the typing so that when they're scanning across everything, it gets scanned more often. But so what we can do is we can take those 8 rows and we can put them into a mux. And what we'll do is we will turn 8 pins into, what is it, 4. It's always going to be enabled. So 8 pins into, we're basically, we need 4 pins. Yeah, so we've freed up 4 pins. And in freeing up 4 pins, that will not allow us to do what we want to do. Hold on a minute. I gotta think about this. 4 pins is not enough. I mean, I've got an I2C. Let's do like screen. Scren. SDA. And SCL. I don't have time to make pretty schematics. 5. And then G. 2 muxes can share address lines. That's true. So if I want everything else connected to this, I have 7, well, not really 7 pins. I don't know what pin 4 is really doing here. I don't really know what pin 4 is in there for. Because, like, whatever they're doing with this, it doesn't make much sense. Really, you only need one pin to set off the Darlington array. So 1 pin to set off the Darlington array. So that's 6 pins. I've freed up 4. Well, 8. I need 8 pins. 8 additional pins in order to run everything. So if I do 2 muxes, that'll free up another 8. But it's weird to split. I mean, 4 and 4 is 8. Or 8 and 8 is 16. That doesn't even cover all the columns. This is so weird. Having 18 columns is strange, isn't it? I don't want to like change the scheme of the keyboard, but if I put Because these want PWMs mostly. Those want PWMs mostly. I mean, it'll be weird, you know, going back and forth between these two. I mean, these could just get like a, well, no, that's not true. They can't. Because if you turn them off, you gotta have them both off at the same time. I was gonna say they could just have like a little like resonator between them. No, no, no. We gotta run these out. Getting this stuff to work is gonna be rough. Oh, that was a mosquito. Great. Now I have a mosquito bite on the side of my face. Perfect. Oh, God. I was like, huh, funny little itch over here. And then a mosquito flies away with my blood. It's my blood. Bigger Mux says, I don't have that. This is what I have, which is an equivalent of an 8-pin Mux. Yeah. 5IO for 16 columns, yeah. We're doing the circuit for a Cherry RSC, which is an insane thing. This requires modification to the keyscan logic. Wrote some code, which is below. Haven't tested it yet. No, I can't it's my blood. I spent a lot of money to get my blood in the right glucose range. Actually, where am I right now? What am I doing glucose-wise? Where's that window? I think it's right in front of me. It's one of these. 262. And I'm straight up not having a good time right now. But the system is compensating. Let's see if it wants to give me any extra insulin for my... No, it doesn't. It wants to give me 1 unit. I'll let it do that. I had the audacity to eat a sandwich, and apparently I must be punished. So, is there a, like, 4051, QMK 4051? Is it more common? Must include 4051. It doesn't seem to be all that common, does it? QMK, edge curve. Man, I don't want to have to like run out of options with this. The 4051 is faster. I mean, the other one is the what was it called? This guy over here. Where the hell? Let's close some stuff. I'm gonna close some stuff. Yeah, this turned into a research stream. Sorry. We were supposed to actually be working with the hardware, but it turns out that if I were to just wire up all of the buttons, I'd run out of pins. QMK MCP 2317. See, the problem is if I use this, then it has to be going to some of the buttons. Expander, FF, pause, okay. How many pins do I need total? I'll address what Pyro said in a second because his is a more involved comment. How many pins total? 1, 2, 3. We don't really need this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 16. 9, 10, 11, 12. I can't do math in my head. So 44 pins, is that correct? Did I do the math right? 18 plus 8 plus 6. 18, 8, 6, 2. 28. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 34, 34. 34 pins. I need 34 pins. 34 pins, which I have 26 on this thing. Even though it goes up to 40, there's grounds everywhere, so they're not usable. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, GP 0 to 28. If I could put 2 of them on an... If I could do an I2C expander for the LEDs, maybe that would work. Although the LEDs seem to need to be like pulsed and muxed. Although it would be kind of interesting to put them all on. Well, PWMs can be driven out of the I2C, right? So I could put the screen and the port expander on 2 of the pins, and there's, in terms of GP numbers, there are 28. I need 26, so I could use the other two as, I could use an SDA and an SCL to run the screen. So that would actually work. And we wouldn't need to involve this. But if we did, then we would definitely free up enough. Because then this would mean that the 2 pins for the I2C would be free, and I'd have 2 more on top of that to do whatever with. But I still have to use the I2C port expander to run the backlight LEDs and the 2 indicator, the caps lock and whatever else. It's an RGB LED, but it needs to run, you know. I could actually change the color of those LEDs finally. Ha! So I like the idea of using the mux, but I don't know if it's sanctioned. If I use the I2C port expanders, I have enough pins if I'm running all the LEDs off of the port expanders. That has to be the way that it is. So what is the support for the port? It seems like the I2C port expander might be the way that we need to go with this. Oh, I mean, it's probably fast enough for the visual stuff, as long as we're running all of the matrix buttons directly off of the microcontroller, which will be faster, and then we can put in our wackadoodle microcontroller code for our custom weirdo matrix that we have. So what is this? Is this some guy's explanation? And they're using writing to a row and select row. Oops. Read columns, select row. We don't need any of this stuff. What about the time of flight sensor? That's for later. Tell the chip the pins you'd like to use for reading, which pins you'd like to use for writing. To allow for multiple microcontrollers to exist, understand what we want to do at a high level. We want to use the row pins to send a signal by changing the voltage on one row. So this is a little different than what we want to get out of this. Yeah, this is a little different, but it's sort of on the same vein. We don't want to put our port expander on any of the pins that are used for the matrix. We don't need this data sheet open. We don't need this open. Back to the tutorial. I mean, we need to start somewhere, right? So maybe we start with the tutorial and move our way through. In that case, I'm going to be soldering headers. So let's get to solder headerable mode, because I need a bench set up so that I can get familiar with this stuff. Spend my Wednesday probably hunched over this thing, putting it all together. Man, that really threw us for a loop, didn't it? I'm gonna have to look up how to do the lighting stuff on the port expander, and it's a shame we couldn't use the brutal, super duper powerful microcontroller. But it's a keyboard. What do we need? Like, I'm not going over $4 for my friggin' keyboard. I need a prototyping board for all this, so that's just in this drawer. And we don't need a whole lot of prototyping board. We just need like a mid-sized. We'll use this one. It's the ones we've been prototyping on for a while. Solderless prototyping board. We'll put the microcontroller on this with a big header on it. So I need header pins. Let's go back to the here. Ubiquitous header pins. If you do this kind of stuff, these things should practically grow on trees. You'll want to have these. You want to have these in abundance. You can buy them by the bushel. The neat thing about the Pico is it's got these sort of half solder, these half moon connectors on it. So if you wanted to solder this down, like directly down on a circuit board or on a, you know, like get it close to the it'll, what am I trying to say? If you have a perforated prototyping board, you can solder this like directly down onto it. You probably should put a piece of tape on the back though, so you don't short anything out. Because that would be bad. Or, you know, in your professional project, you could also put surface mount pins and have these soldered to the surface mount pins. What's up, Curvos? Alright, so let's get this thing in here. I think I did a Delco, so I can't do a Delco accent. I don't know. All right, so this is how I solder headers onto a board that we're gonna start experimenting with. I've never used one of these before. So if you're soldering headers onto it, regardless of whether or not it's going to live on a perforated prototyping board, it helps to bring out the perforated prototyping board so that, one, you can make sure that everything is aligned, and two, so that when you're soldering this, you're not melting the plastic that holds the headers together. That holds the headers together. Man, I am having trouble with language today. I've been feeling a lot better, though. I've been sleeping a lot better with the new pump. It facilitates a good night's sleep. I've been waking up with cottonmouth, but not because I'm hyperglycemic. I've been waking up with cottonmouth because I've been like sleeping deeply. Freaking crazy. Apparently my sleep patterns have been vastly interrupted for quite some time. Stancing like a ruined street. Yeah, something like that. I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean? Oh, sleeper status. We're going to use up the real solder today. Yep, I'm using the Pico to resurrect the code keyboard that exploded. It had a little bit of trouble with the iced tea that I was drinking. And so what I'm trying to do is get, and you know, the features of QMK, I'm not really seeking them out. I'm not seeking out a more powerful keyboard, but I am going to get one as a result of doing this. So it's a pretty cool little upgrade. I never really wanted to get too far into this mechanical keyboard nonsense, but it gives us a chance to use a microcontroller that I haven't touched since I bought it in 2020, which is this Raspberry Pi Pico. And then it also gives us an opportunity to learn about a little bit about the mechanical keyboard scene, which is so popular that I actually have a decent number of viewers today for once. In spite of my busted-ass slacker streaming schedule as of late. We've had a lot of stuff going on here that's gotten in the way of stream, including my own health. But we also have a puppy. We got a cute little corgi puppy. She's a fluffy corgi. Her name's Willow. And yeah, she's very, very cute. But she's starting to learn how to be bad. She's learning where all her boundaries are here at the house. But I think she loves it here. I think she really does. And she'll be a good addition to the family. But for a little while, I've had puppy sitting, and I've had to make sure she doesn't poop and all that stuff. Or make sure she does poop. There's a lot of poop management going on with a puppy. Yeah, the reference to slept like a baby. Yeah, I shat myself, and then I wandered around for like 2 hours, and then I slept for like another hour, but then I started screaming bloody murder. Slept like a baby. Layers. I saw the stuff about layers, and I don't know. It scares me. I don't know what it is. Basically, I just want my keyboard back right now. I have ordered a replacement, which is not cheap, but if we can just resurrect my keyboard, I'll be quite happy. It'll have a screen on it, so I mean, maybe I can screw around with some stuff, but I just don't know what I would ever do with all that complicated functionality. My keyboard is an input device. I don't really do much with it. I could tap out shaven a haircut and have it, write the entire copy paste. I could have it write the entire Navy SEAL copy paste if I tap out shaven a haircut on the number pad. But I don't need that. I don't need that. With QMK, I was finally able to map caps lock to control. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, caps lock has no place on a modern keyboard. The only time that I think I would ever use it is if I was making engineering drawings for some kind of like a client. That's the only time I would ever use it. It's just not functional on a keyboard. So I could potentially turn it into something with QMK. That would maybe be the only thing that I'd really get out of this. That and the ability to change the numlock and caps lock indicator LED color. That's it. That's it. Header pins, header pins. I would do this on the microscope, but it's just not, I don't know, it's not as cool. I mean, it is pretty cool on the microscope. I'll just try to change it up a little bit here. All right, so there's that. Step 2, port expander. how in the world are we supposed to use this port expander here? It doesn't plug in. Well, I've got something that I can use. Not necessarily the most available thing in the world, but you can buy them. You can buy them online. I got surface mount breakout boards, and those help with this sort of thing. The other thing that we can do, if we really need to do it, is we can glue it to a perforated prototyping board and then run wires out of it. Now, that is typically called dead bugging because the chip looks like a dead bug on the surface. But my special thing that I like to do is what's called live bugging. I call it live bugging, which is where I put down Captain tape and then I glue this right side up on the Captain tape and I just run individual wires out to all the pins. It takes a little bit of skill to do it, but it's pretty much as much skill as dead bugging, only this time you're not confused as to what pin goes where. Alternatively, breakout boards. Here's the rest of the Pi Picos, by the way. I ordered a bunch of them. I didn't have anywhere else for them to go. They don't have anywhere to go. This freaking port expander is going to take up 1 billion pins, isn't it? At least we'll know what the circuit looks like. The question is if I have anything that's able to break out that chip directly. This is a big one. It's a big boy. The only problem with having a girl puppy is that I can't go, who's a good boy? I gotta go, girl. And that's much more awkward than going, boy. Only really comes in handy for 80 and under % boards, but for full board, it doesn't help you on a quick code lines. If you're coding every day, well, I mean, this is a 10 keyless. I like my 10 keyless. It's a wonderful little board, but I'm not a hardcore programmer weirdo. Time life caps lock actually had any use, trying to figure out how to unmute voice. Oh, that's the other thing. I could use caps lock as a voice chat button. Here we go. This is the one. Caps lock as a voice channel. That would be good. Yeah. The rage button. Yeah, I don't cruise control. I don't do caps for cruise. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I cannot believe you've done this. Oh my, you fucking son of a bitch. I just need one more, one just slightly larger. God damn it. God damn you, MCP 2317. If you're just tuning in, we want to use QMK to resurrect my code 10 keyless keyboard. So I've got a Raspberry Pi Pico that I'm trying to set up in order to run the keyboard. The only problem is that the Raspberry Pi Pico has 28 GPIO, and just to get the buttons of the code keyboard hooked up to this thing, I need 26 pins. So that means no RGB LEDs, no backlighting LEDs. I could maybe do the backlighting LEDs. No screen, because there's only 2 pins left. Unless I can run a port expander. So if I can run all of the lighting off of this port expander, which may be what this keyboard originally did, to be honest, because there's that extra microcontroller that appears to be doing lighting tasks. It may be that they decided to make an extra microcontroller do all that work. But so what we can do is we can have this screen, the little I2C screen that I got, white LED, white OLED screen. I can have this on I2C, I can have this on I2C, and then this will just do lighting stuff. It's all just, you know, visual stuff. There's extra pads on the front. I don't know if that'll work. Oh, let me just see if I don't have anything. If we're forced to use this, we can use it. It's like the only one of these that I have left too. Darn. Where else do I have? Yeah, it looks like this might be it. This might be it, chat. This might be it. It's been a good run. Wait, what is this thing? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What are you? Was that, wait, did I get this for a different port expander, or did I, what is going on here? I think I bought this specifically for this chip. I think that's what happened. And there might be another one of these rattling around somewhere. And then I've also got this, which might be a more advanced port expander. Because I bought this specifically. I'm starting to have flashbacks. It's 28 pins. 29? I don't know about 29. I think that's getting a little crazy. Hold on, wait, where are we? In terms of just, yeah, a lot of them are ground. So GP 01, blah, 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 28. 28 functional pins. We're supposed to find that until you sunk 2 hours into a hacky solution, I know. Hold on. I'm starting to have flashbacks of, like, projects past. Oh, there's a 0. Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, so here's... I guess I bought this specifically for the port expander. So when we need to, we can go over to this. I can solder this onto here. And we'll have enough stuff broken out. I don't know how it's going to plug into everything else, because those pins are not that great. But we'll give it a shot. I don't know. Yeah, it seems to plug in. GP 23 to 25 seem to be missing. Ah, great. Well, we didn't exactly do a great job counting that, but I'm wondering what this was. Because I bought something in order to break out a QFN 28, and I think I know where those chips are. You think I might have a smaller form factor port expander in my bag of tricks that I never used. Let me just do a quick look here. Quick looky-loo. I think it's in here. I think those are digital accelerometers. I don't think that's it. Those are a different chip. Here they are. You little ones. Yes, come with me. Datasheet PDF says 26. 26 is the exact number that I would need to just run the buttons. So that's why getting a port expander on there is sort of a thing that I'd like to do. And so maybe we can push a port expander to the thing and we'll have all the lighting on I2C. What in the ever-loving crap is this thing? 342 toffee. 3420 EE. 3420 double E. All data sheet. Color hex. Amphenol. Cylindrical connector. No. I mean, that looks like it is. Max 3. Okay, so it's a max chip, huh? Makes sense. USB peripheral controller with SPI interface. No. Okay. That was for a previous, that was for a different project. Never mind. So we're back to the big boy. We're using the big guy. I thought I had like an I2C port expander that I wanted to use. That was like a QFN like that. And that, hey, that might still be the case. I might actually have something like that around here. That might be what this chip is. Maybe not that chip. Maybe this chip. One of these is I2C accelerometers, so I don't know what this one is. I can't even read it. I can't even read it. I don't know what it is. I can't see. I can't read or write. A4919-5. A4919-5. A4919-5 data sheet. 3-phase MOSFET driver with internal regulator? Okay, that's not at all what I was thinking it was. Okay, so that is definitely not what we're looking for. Okay, never mind. I think the other ones are accelerometers, so there's even more useless. So it's like none of this stuff is useful. I could have sworn, I really could have, chat. I could have sworn that I had some kind of a chip that I was saving up that has some kind of I2C function for port expanding. But that might have been that other one. I think these are Atmels. And these, I think, are accelerometers. Or they're more useless motor drivers, but they're not port expanders. So yeah, we're stuck. We're using this one. We're using the one that's on the board already. And it's that one or bust in terms of I2C. Now, I would love to use the mux, but I just don't know how I'm going to be able to do that with the Pico yet. I need to do more research. That's the problem. Where am I putting this bin? I'm running out of space for the bins that end up on the desk. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's solder this board together. So we're not on this window. We are on that window. We got this thing over here. All right, lots of little pins. So what we're going to do is we're going to anchor down the corner, and then I think I'm going to drag solder this one. We're going to put a bunch of flux on here, and then I'll just drag it across the pins, and it'll immediately solder it and make it all nice. The view's shaking a little bit just because the camera is very sensitive right now. So yeah, the way generally to do this stuff is you start off. Well, this defies a lot of the conventions here. Usually I wouldn't pinch the pins directly, but I need to guide this. I need to slide it across the board onto the pins and then have it aligned properly. If you were using, for instance, like a soldering oven or hot air or something like that, I could just run the run the solder in a bead across all these pins, and then everything would right itself with surface tension. We don't really have that luxury here. God damn it, come on. We don't really have that luxury here. We've just got to do it this way and by hand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the pins, which is a no-no. And that way I can just slide this thing horizontally onto the molten solder. Now, we're going to need a little bit more control than that, aren't we? We've messed up. We've messed up. I messed it up. Everything's messed up. It's all messed up. Come on, bud. Another way to do this is to use a chip holder, one of those little suction cups. It's been a little while since I've been able to do soldering stuff on stream. That's one corner down. Flip it around, clean our iron. We can do the other corner, and then I'll get the flux paste out. Running out of my solder. I'm almost out of solder. This is the last little bit. I do have an extra roll of solder. I have other rolls of solder that need to be commissioned, but this solder has been here since the beginning of stream. That's when I bought it new. Way back in the day, 2016. Okay, so now to get all these things soldered and to get a nice even amount of solder on it, I do not have a wedge tip. I don't have any wedge tips for this iron. I have a chisel tip, not a wedge. If I had a wedge tip, you load up that wedge tip with solder, and you just follow it down the pins. We can get away with that with this one, I think. So what I'll do, in order to facilitate the solder going onto these pins, because these look pretty oxidized. Ew, this tip is gross. What I'll do is I'll just put a little tacky flux down the row. Why is it all gross? Why is this like, it looks like it fell on carpet? I want to overuse you can very easily overuse the tacky flux. You don't need a lot. You just use a little tiny bit. A little bit goes a very long way. And that's it. I go through tacky flux at an even slower rate than I go through solder. And I go through solder pretty quickly. I go through tacky flux very, very slowly. Very, very slowly. So, next part of this whole strategy is to load up the iron. Very much anonymous. Thank you for the 2 bits. you want to load up the iron with solder. You want enough of it that it's basically just gonna put it like a little bubble there. And I know that's counterintuitive, because what happens when you do this is, see all that smoke coming off, is all the rosin burning off of the solder. And the rosin is there for the express purpose of keeping oxygen out. Let's say, you know, the same thing with a lot of welding and brazing is you want to keep the oxygen out, and then you get a nice contact that looks nice and, you know, proper and strong and shiny in our case. But what we're doing is we're loading up the iron with that solder. Now it doesn't have that there's still a little bit of it on there, but it doesn't have as much of that rosin component. But we've put flux down. So now if we go from pin to pin on this, it should basically just deposit exactly enough solder and then come off of the other end. And it's not working as well as it could. Yeah, we didn't get down to the board. I need to get that heat all the way down and then coax the solder to flow to the next pin. So I need to go a little slower, actually. Or just surface tension is our friend here. And to make sure that I apply heat for long enough that the entire pad gets that solder on it. And I'm not pressing down. That's actually causing a problem with, for instance, this one right here. I need to get that heat all the way in there. Where's all my heat? I'm gonna need a chisel tip. And then there's not a lot of pin over on the outside. Look at that, it's not flowing into these. What's happening there? I'm gonna add flux. Maybe I didn't do enough flux. That might be it. I don't like to overdo it with the flux. I mean, everything in solder is, you know, repairable, so just add some flux to that area. Maybe now it'll just like flow. It could also be some kind of like a ground pin that's got a lot of heat sink to it. It is flux like Rossman. That's not really cooperating. I don't know. It might be, maybe I probably should have gone over it with solder first to get the old oxidation off of there. And then I could have probably used the wick to get the pads back the way they were. And then from there, they would have taken the solder immediately. Because they looked a little, they were a little oxygenated. But we can clean everything up that we've done. It's easy enough to do. Well, it's okay. I'll use a little cleaner to clean that up. Not having a chisel tip isn't helping either, because there's not a lot of pin for me to contact with on these. But anyway, to the other side. Position, solder. Part of what we're doing is once we set up our bench test, I'll be able to hook this thing up to like LEDs and stuff, and then we'll be able to get an idea of what the speed is like. We can see, we can maybe even test this with buttons to see if we're angry at it or not. Yeah, that one went pretty well. This would have been a lot easier if the friggin' matrix on this keyboard wasn't so wackadoodle. It, for some reason, they decided to use 18 rows. I guess they just had the microcontroller to do it. I've been, very sparingly, I've been called Bob Ross of circuits. It's more fun when I'm doing something that triggers literally everyone who looks at it. Like when the soldering is just that bad. I kind of want to refresh the solder on these pins. I don't think I trust it. I don't think I trust it at all. Just like give them a little dollop just to open them up a little bit. Because like I think they used like an early unleaded solder on these. I just want to make sure they're good. I think they are good. I probably don't need to do this. Like heating up my perforated board. more like the Orb's Little Fluffy Cloud. You know, the song that you bought when you thought you were buying Orbital, but it was the Orb, and you felt kind of a little violated by that. You felt tricked because you were into Orbital and not the Orb. You got a song about fluffy clouds. It's not really a universal experience. I don't know if a lot of people have gone through that. I know, it's not a bad song, but it's just funny. Look at that perpetual dawn going on. All right, I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't think I need to be doing this. Well, you got orbital instead of the orb. That's backwards. Orbital's cooler. Why am I doing this? I don't need to be doing this. We'll just do one side. I don't know. It's messing everything up. It's not really messing everything up. It's just like I don't like how dull the pins are. They just seem like they're not done properly. And I don't know why. I'm having a lot of trouble with heat on this particular tip. Need to position a little better. Actually get the heat into where it needs to be. Because yeah, it looks like these are like soldered on the, they're not like pins. They're like there's like just like headers on the underside, which is really weird. What? Sobital? What are you talking about? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Who are you? Identify yourself. So yeah, we got to look up a circuit for this thing. We got to get it hooked up to the I2C pins. I'm going to put a header on that screen because we want a full bench test. I want a full bench test. And then I've got RGB, I think I have one RGB LED, and then I've got 2 buttons. So we'll gather up all that stuff, and we'll start getting it together in a schematic so that we can do our bench test and see whether or not this thing is viable at all as a proper keyboard under the circumstances that we're getting, under the hardware that we want to use with it. Personally, I wanted to use the mux. I think that's an easier thing to use, but and I think it's probably going to be faster. But we'll vet out I2C first, and we'll see whether or not we need demux. It's not, no, the backlighting is not RGB. The backlighting is going to be orange. It's just I don't know why I did that. It's just that the 2 indicators of numlock and caps lock are RGB, so I can't get around it. Hopefully that makes enough contact that we can have a good circuit with that. Okay, so there's the port expander. There's our micro needs to be moved out 1 pin. I think we can make it all fit on this. I think we can fit it all on this thing, but this is going to take us like a stream or 2 to get done. Fatinon's going to have a baby because I'm not working on burn the subs. But he can deal, since keyboards are popular. What the hell? Why aren't you? Hey, this one violates seemingly one of the primary design principles of microcontrollers these days, which is to not fit evenly on a perforated prototyping board. If you have an even number of spaces, I guess, from one side to the other of your little test board, then for some reason on the perforated prototyping board, that blank center row, it always has an uneven number of pins surrounding it. But in this case, with the Pi Pico, there's 2 holes on either side. I'm pleased as punch for that. That's actually nice. Okay, there we go. That was the good side. So we got that one in. We got that one in. We need a 4-pin header on this that can potentially be removed later or modified because I only bought one of those. Like just some guy just sells them. So let's get a 4-pin header for that. We're going to want everybody to be working off of USB power. I don't know where we're going to put this. It doesn't really, I mean, it's all I2C. It's just a big digital bus. So let's just put that in here. And then I need to like hold it up and then solder it. I get 1 pin soldered for, uh-oh. There it is. Oh no, wait. We're still good. We're still good. I don't need to issue the new solder spool yet. Father, why are you avoiding the new solder spool? Couldn't tell you. I don't know why. I'm just being weird about it. Yeah, good enough. I think that's good enough. Those are harder to get straight up and down. You need to like, in the past I've used foam tape to kind of hold those. Something like this, where you have just like one header on one side. I'm gonna burn myself. Hold on. Deploy more tools. Every time I stop talking, I hear that beep. Every time, every single time. I'm gonna hunt that thing down when I'm done today. Find out where the hell that beep's coming from. Just periodic little beep. This whole thing's crooked. Shit. This whole organization is crooked. There you go. Okay, cool. Got those things. Let's get the remaining pieces of this thing. One of them is going to be RGB LED. I don't know if we're going to full power the RGB LED. I'm not going to fully, you know, fully replicate that, but I've got an LED panel. I think I had some clear RGB LEDs somewhere in here. Well, one thing we're going to need is buttons, and I saw that just a minute ago. That's this. So we got 2 push buttons. I don't know if we can put it on a matrix properly because there's only 2 of them. And it needs the diodes and stuff, and I'm just not going to look that up right now. I have the parts where I could make like a mini matrix, but if we're doing that, we might as well just hook up one row and column from up here. One row and one column. RGB LED. What? I thought I had one. What the fuck? No, no. Not there. It might be up here. I have the addressable RGBs, but we're not using those. Unless I really want to do surgery. Unless I really want to do board surgery. I'm going to have to learn quite a bit by the time we come back on Thursday. I got a lot of reading to do on Wednesday. We'll see how much I actually get done with people doing the floors in here. Not in here, upstairs, like directly overhead. We're doing floors directly overhead. I'm going to be completely distracted. Let's look at the LED bin. There might be an RGB in there. Of course, it might be wired up differently. It might be a totally different circuit, but we have to at least try. Yeah, I got these. These are bi-directional. That's not going to help me. I have individual LEDs, obviously, so I could probably just wire up something for now. See the interaction between the pins. Other than that, I don't have any 4-pin ones in here. These are all 2 pins, so if you put power through them in one direction, they light up one way, and if you do it the other, they light up the other. They are not RGB. Thought I had a couple chip LEDs that were RGB, but I don't know what happened to them. All right, never mind. LED bin. The LED bin's pretty useless, to be honest. It's kind of a little useless. Okay, so apart from that, I think maybe we should just do LEDs as indicators because we can test other features just by using them as an indicator. So I will get this thing, this little board that I made that's got a bunch of LEDs on it. And that way I can just run LED, you know, just run something to an LED that lights up. I need to redo this board, by the way. It's like totally, it's a complete mess, this board. Yeah, this board could use a redo. It's just 10K ohm resistors and then LEDs on the end. And then all those are just connected straight across. But it's just very sloppy soldering. So it works, but it's sloppy. What's up, Copper? How you doing? How you do? How you do? All right, we'll move this up. We'll move this. Let's just put this directly under the microcontroller. And we'll put the other I2C thing downstream from it. So this will go, we'll do it like there. And this can go here. So this is our I2C test for the keyboard. Now LEDs to ground. So yeah, so we give them power, and that'll... Camera security, how you doing? Thank you for stopping by my stream. We are, I almost said tasmotizing. We're turning, my Code 10 keyless keyboard blew up. It didn't really agree with the iced tea that I was drinking at the time. And now I want to resurrect it, but I want to do something special. So we're going to try to QMK it. Not as good as somebody can do after being up for nearly 21 hours. Go to sleep. Go the fuck to sleep. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you people? As somebody who just regained like a semi-normal sleeping pattern in spite of the hours that I typically keep, I just, there's no, you don't, life is short. Get enough sleep. So not sleeping does so many things to you physiologically that are just heinous. They're absolutely heinous. And I've been dealing with stuff like that for a long time. Getting the upgrade to my insulin pump has actually let me nullify many, many, many of the alert beeps that would plague me in the past. And as such, I've been sleeping a lot better. Feels totally different. Sleep is for next week. That was a Adult Swim bump where it was a Gundam, and I think there was some scene where one of the Gundams was the other Gundam, and like punched his head off, and then Toonami was like, sleep is for the weak, and I was like, yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, it turns out having bad role models for your sleep schedule over your entire adolescent lifetime probably isn't doing a whole lot of favors for your health, especially down the line. Is that reel going in the right direction? No. No. The way that life can suck. Your name is The Way That Life Can Suck. Don't give me any advice. I can handle certain things. Sleep deprivation isn't one of them. I'm that way too. If like in engineering, when we were studying engineering, we would pull all-nighters for things every now and then, and I am just ruined the next day. I can do one all-nighter, but if I get beyond that, it's just a disaster. I can't do it. I just can't do it. Yeah, sleep pattern got a lot better after starting work. You either mold yourself to it or you just go insane, you know? This is what it takes for me to change a reel of solder. It's actually kind of involved. Wait, shouldn't this seat a little bit lower? This thing has ramps on it. Ah, I guess it was loose in the other one too. I mean, this thing is supposed to like hold the reel in a particular way. Something isn't going back together properly. Hold on. I think something else is not. Hold on, let's investigate. This is my weird solder holder. It was $75 many, many years ago. It comes with a particular soldering iron. I don't know which one, but I wanted to have a soldering iron reel holder that wasn't garbage. I wanted it to be a little bit nicer. So I got this thing. I don't know if this is proper or not. How did this hold on there? Maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't. Because it wasn't loose on it. Can't nap. I always end up sleeping for like 4 hours. I actually napped today because I was watching the puppy. And the puppy was sleeping. And so I ended up sleeping. You sleep when the puppy sleeps. I guess it never held it on tightly. Mine comes out of a hole in the desk with a loose roll in the drawer below. You're just passing off the problem. You just aren't observing how often you go through solder. Yeah, so it looks like it never was supported. That's weird. I think what this is supposed to do is to wedge on both sides. I guess it wouldn't spin. No, it wouldn't spin if that were the case. Where did the... Oh, yeah. It spins on this. That's why this wedges it. So this is supposed to spin. I think. But it's not holding it, so I just hold the whole roll. This is like 1 pound of solder, though. Are you like, you're like super ultra Chad buff? You got that like gym body. Yeah, this is like super loose. I need to do something about that. There's got to be a way. Got to be something I could do. Hold on, I can fix this. Unsolicited, I can fix this. Just eat the solder like an apple. Yeah, that'll work too. That'll do it. You know, it's whatever works, you know? I can fix this. See, the scheme behind this thing is that, I guess this shaft is fixed, and it goes in here, and then this rotates on that. And so you got a little grippy on it and everything, and then you've also got this countersunk thing with two little E-clips on it that guides the solder to where you need it to go. So you could make one of these for yourself if you have the ability to operate any tools and perhaps a pipe bender. Now I have Perpetual Dawn stuck in my head. Damn, orb music. Yeah, that's not really adjustable, is it? Interesting. If there were more threads, then I could get to it. I don't know what solder they think you're using with this thing. But yeah, this is as deep as it goes, and that's not deep enough for it to grip this. Look at that. That's obnoxious. Huh, I never knew that was a problem. I mean, it's not really a problem. I could throw a washer on this. Let's see if we got like a big washer that I can throw on it. Or I could like cut a piece of a reel. Let's just see if I can throw a big washer on it. What yak? I didn't see a yak. I don't think we have yaks around here. Not this time of year. A yak? What would a yak be doing? What would a yak be doing in this shop? I don't see any yaks. What do yaks have to do with this solder thing that I have to fix? I could 3D print a thing, yes. Those are the easiest 3D prints, is circular things. Because it's hard to machine circular things. I mean, I'm that much of an amateur, right? I'm that much of an amateur where it's actually difficult for me to 3D print or work with circular things. But that's where the 3D printer comes in handy, because you can just whip out round stuff. Some might make the thread go further with a lathe. Well, if I had a tap or a die that was this big, I don't think I have a die that's this big. If I did, it would be a trivial matter just to run it down and give it a couple more threads. 2 to 3 turns around the solder the axle. 2 to 3 turns of solder around the axle. I don't. Solder will shred eventually. Do I have a die that's that big? What is that thread size? That's a big thread size. I don't think I got nothing that's that size. What dies do I have? I mean, if I find a bolt and then cut it, nah. The die kit that I have is so incredibly old. Pyro, 246 gift subs, and this one goes out to TurboNad. Thank you, Pyro. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. No, I am not. Let's. I hate the sarcastic tone. I can't. Don't do this. Don't do that, bother. Don't do the sarcastic tone. No, I appreciate all the support. You guys and your contributions let me do what I'm doing right now. No getting around that. Yeah, see, that's not great, because then the shoulder's against the washer and not against what it's supposed to be against. Against the ninja. Do 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 do. Against the ninja. Do 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 do. Loyalty, honesty. Do 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 do. Collie subbing with a prime. We didn't get a collie. We got a corgi. But Collie, thank you for the prime. See, the only problem with doing it this way is that ramp is not actually this thing is supposed to be centered, and that's what the ramps on either side are supposed to be. It's supposed to center this. Right now, this can move up and down, and I don't want that. I think the best way for me to do this is to find a die and go down with the threads and extend the threads by like 1 turn. But I can't do that now, so I'm just going to put it back together the way it was. Alternatively, make some kind of an additional collar for this, like something that fits in and gives it gives it a shoulder. It would be just a radius and then another radius plate on the top so it doesn't fall in. And then that would actually do exactly what I wanted it to do, which would mean it would hug the inside there, and I could do one on each side. And then that would press up against this ramp, and then that would create the stability that I want. I mean, yeah, alternatively, I could flip this around and have this thing stick out. That's probably, well, wait, what was it? Yeah, that gives me more thread. But it also extends my soldering thing by like 1,000 yards. I don't want this. I don't want this works, but I don't want this. It'll still, you know, this will still drop in. And that'll hold everything as one big piece. But it looks stupid. Alternatively, I can get rid of some of this. This is aluminum, and nobody ever sees this part of it. So I could actually knock off the end of that. How much am I going to need to knock it off? I mean, not that much. Knock it off! Let's knock off a little bit of the end. That's our only option. Yeah, 3D printing like a washer for it. It doesn't need to be conical, because this is already conical. This is already conical. We can take advantage of that. I could 3D print something with this inner radius, that outer radius, and a shoulder, and that's all it would need. Or I could just put this thing on a file for a couple seconds. I don't know if I have a power tool that's really going to do it any justice. Dremel. Dremel's too messy. Dremel's way too messy. We could just make a cloud of aluminum. We're fixing something in situ that I need to have fixed right now, because I think we're going to get to perf boarding. Oh yeah, these need to be over here. We are going to get to perf boarding in a second, and we'll wire this whole thing up. I got a new perf board kit for just such an occasion. Oh, we actually can't fit everything at once. Well, we'll figure that out later. We'll burn that bridge eventually. No, that's basically every stream. See you, Copper. Have a good rest, man. You gotta fix them sleep schedules, dude. No, that's every stream is like that. That episode, because it gets referenced a lot around here. That episode of Malcolm in the Middle, where it's literal shaving of a yak. I mean, you know, the drawer's broken, or you go to get a screwdriver, but the drawer's broken. So you go to the store to get something to lube the drawer, but your engine breaks. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. This is what we deal with this a lot around here. This is completely normal. Father, I thought you were working on a keyboard. What does it look like I'm doing? Jeez. The reason I'm doing it like this is a much easier thing to grip than the file. It's louder and it's more obnoxious, but it also helps me keep level. I had like a bench sander, same one that ClickSpring has, I think, which was really good at this kind of stuff. You know, if I wanted to lop off a bunch of material off of the end of something, very, very easy to do. Really, I don't know what it sounds like through the compressor. That's the only problem. Hopefully it sounds all right. What I'm doing is I'm just removing material off of the end of this so that this screws in a little bit more. It means that the metal's going to stick out of the other end a little bit, but that's fine. God, that is so squeaky. I want to put some, like, anti-seize on it. I need to go a little further. It's a funny little thing, this solder holder. I got it off of Amazon. I need to redo the base plate for it, because I did this before I got the milling machine. We need to make a nice base plate for this thing. I've had it forever, and it's literally just part of another soldering iron kit that Weller, I think, sold individually, but it's $75, which you think about a solder holder and you're like, fuck that, I don't need a $75 solder holder. But you guys see what I'm using it. It works really well for the way that I solder. And since I do it enough, I solder enough, I can kind of justify that expense. The tools that you use daily should probably be good, expensive tools, to be honest. You know, maybe you like the really cheap tools, but like the ones that you use daily, if you find yourself like repurchasing them a lot, it's time to evaluate whether or not a more expensive one would be less of an investment. Last Miles rating with a party of 140 individual souls. How's everybody doing? How y'all doing? Welcome to my shop. I'm working on a keyboard right now, okay? Working on a keyboard, making a keyboard. This is for my computer. We're shaving yaks today. Basically, we started off the day. Well, okay. Long story short, my keyboard doesn't really like ice cream. I mean, iced tea. It doesn't really like iced tea all as much as I do. It is a Code 10 keyless keyboard. I really like the Code keyboards. They're weighty. They've got good plastic to them. There's not really much to a keyboard. You guys should probably know. It's a bunch of buttons in a matrix, but the way Code has arranged the matrix is pretty cool. There's this system called QMK, which is an open source keyboard thing. It's what all the mechanical keyboard wackos use, right? They're using that QMK software in order to make their keyboards run. And I thought, well, I bought these Raspberry Pi Picos, and those are actually compatible with QMK. So why not? How hard could it be to put QMK onto my dead mechanical keyboard? Because the brain's dead, but everything else in it works. Well, it turns out the way that Code made the rows and the columns of the matrix of the keyboard, they wanted too many pins. If I just hook up the buttons, that uses up all the pins of the microcontroller. So we need to selectively use digital means of polling pins in order to save, and we need to keep the speed of the keyboard up, right? We need to make sure that we're pressing a button, there's not a delay and all that stuff. Hey, thank you for the gift sub to Last Miles from Pyro S at 247. That's an uneven number. You should think about fixing that. Anyway, so we need to bench test it now. I didn't think we need to bench test it. If we had enough pins, we could have hooked it up directly. I've spent a lot of time in sort of the between stream time in order to figure out where the rows and the columns were of this dead keyboard. I probably wouldn't have even needed to do that if this used sort of a more standard scheme. Then I could have just found the rows and the columns, hooked them up to the QMK system, and they would have been assigned, or I could have assigned them with like a GUI kind of thing. So anyway, here's all the pins of the microcontrollers that go to all the keys. And the way Code is organized, it is so that the ones that are towards the center, there's a bunch of different pins here, like 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. See how those are all different pins, so that as they're polling the rows and the columns, they get your key press faster. I don't know if there's like no science behind that. So I don't know if that, works out in terms of the engineering, but the problem is they also did this wonderful thing with their LEDs. This is 2 RGB LEDs. So we've got one RGB LED here and we've got one RGB LED here. And the way that you switch stuff in electronics with transistors is by giving like either a positive or a negative signal to a transistor, and that will switch either a positive or a negative signal, much like a switch. So this one right here, what it's looking for is a low level, a 0 here, a ground, and then that will get all the current running through the resistor, and this will look like 0 volts. And when that reaches 0 volts, it biases the transistor so that 5 volts can run through our LEDs. So what this is a switch to put 5 volts at the top of either of the RGB LEDs. Down here, you have a current resistor so that the LED doesn't fucking explode. And then you have a signal here that's looking to override a resistor that goes to ground. So if you get a positive signal here, then it biases the silicon inside of the transistor, switches ground, and allows current to flow. So what they did is they hooked up 2 RGB LEDs, and very cleverly, what they did is they decided, hey, we don't have a lot of pins to spare on this thing, right? So we need to come up with a scheme that's going to save us tons of pins. And so what they did is they took the RGB transistors here, RG and B, to switch each individual one and get like a fade level on it. and they decided to switch the positives from the two different LEDs. And what that did is, instead of having 6 transistors under 6 ostensibly separate LEDs, it's 2 LEDs, but there's 6 LEDs inside of it. So instead of having 6 transistors, what they were able to do is actually switch positive power to the tops of the LEDs, right? Individually. So they select, of the 2, which one do they want to use? And what that enabled them to use is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pins. They only saved 1 pin. They only saved 1 pin on that entire thing. Why the fuck did they do this? They could have had just one extra pin. They saved one pin and like 1 transistor. Yeah, 3 resistors and 1. Why did they do this? I think maybe on a different version of the board they had more RGB LEDs, because this is ridiculous. They went through all this effort. All this effort. They saved 1 pin. They saved 1 pin. What the fuck? So anyway, they've got that. They've got like a Darlington on the backlighting for all the keys. We have a screen, and we were looking at ways that we could save. I have an I2C screen that I very expertly drew. And so we're looking for a way to save on pins, because we've got 18 columns and 8 rows total, which is 26 pins. This microcontroller only has 26 pins. So what we need to do is remove some of the pins. We could do it with a mux, or we could do it with an I2C port expander. Either way, no matter which one we're doing, we need to make sure that it works before we go down this road. So before we go down this road, I decided to start perf boarding the circuit out. Perforated prototyping board. These vertical rows are all connected. They're each 5 row is connected, and then the horizontal rows are connected in a bus. So you can bus all of your power out to everything. So we got our microcontroller here. We got our screen. I've got an I2C port expander. I got 2 buttons. I don't really know if we're going to necessarily use the 2 buttons, because we just run a jumper up to here. And then I've got a bunch of LEDs that we can utilize. And so in doing that, I've run out of solder. And this is the first time since 2016, when I started streaming project-y kind of stuff, that I've run out of solder. And so in looking at the way my solder spool is held onto this thing, this doesn't grip down far enough. It should actually grip onto the spool, and it wasn't. So we're fixing that right now. The system of using 2 transistors per LED allows you to multiplex a key and an LED on the same pair of pins. But they're not doing that. They actually have a separate microcontroller. They have a separate microcontroller over here that's running those. So, but yeah, I guess you could make the LEDs as part of the grid for everyone. I wonder if the positive ones are. Experience with guitar pedals is that pretty often. When something looks too clever, it's because somebody 40 years ago was actually trying to cut costs. The guy that came after that just clones it. Yeah, that's more often than you'd think. Yeah, yeah. And I think a lot of the stuff is because Code also makes the larger keyboards. So I think what they did is they just cut off part of the circuit of the keyboard and said, make this. You know, I think that might be part of why. So what we're doing is we're reducing this collar right here, and then we'll get back to what we were working on before, which will be compiling QMA and putting it on QMK, compiling QML and putting it on this thing. All right, how's that gonna do? Did we finally do it? Did I shave the yak? The problem is that doesn't like line up very well anymore. You have to like countersync the other end of it. Maybe do that some other time. Let's just see if we can get this my beautiful solder reel back together and properly. What the fuck? It's like off by like a ton. It's still like, what? Huh? I thought it was a little tighter than that. Oh man. I need to lop off a significant amount in order to make this work, so I don't think that'll work. My keyboard uses the scheme except it has an LED for every key. Huh. Yes, I can just turn it around, but then I've got this big, like, dork sticking out of it. I need to sit here and do this forever. I might need to actually, like, saw it off. I don't know. I mean, the alternative way to do this is to find a tap that's gonna... Well, I don't have a lathe. I just don't have one. Bear with me for a second here, and we'll get the breadboarding. So, I mean, with the port expander, I think what I can do with the port expander is I can put... Well, the problem is the port expander needs to take over... Yeah, janky vertical lathe. Yes, it is currently jank, though, because we haven't had time to work on it. Guys, you should know, I just got a puppy. So things have been a little busy around here. I'll show her to all the new people. We just got a puppy. We got a corgi puppy. Her name is Willow. Her name is Willow, and she's perfect. And she's perfect. Look at her. She's what's called a fluffy corgi. So she's got a lot of the extra fluff. She's going to have longer hair. Hold on, I got to make sure that I'm not like... Yeah, she wasn't doing morning this morning. There's she's sleeping. She's a little muffin. She's a little muffin. She's trying to lead me around on the leash, by the way. She's a little baby puppy. So she's not... We're trying to get her trained. She's a little precocious at the moment. She knows to fake peeing so that she can get a treat. That's where we are with this little one. But she's very, very cute. But she's just getting used to the household and everything, and we're getting used to her being here. We haven't had a dog in a long time. So, where's that murder face that she did the other day? Oh, yeah. She bites. She bites fingers. She bites those fingies. Oh, Lord Squeak, should I be careful about the images? I've never streamed before. I don't know what that's all about. What is streaming? Jeez. I know what I'm doing out here, man. Look at this little puppy. Little puppy. He's very, very cute. Anyway, we just got a dog, and dog is take-up time. So I haven't had a great... I think she has a lazy eye. I haven't had a lot of ability to work on this stuff on the side. So I've been working on it, and we will make progress on this one. But the keyboard thing came up as just like a quick couple stream project. I'm not really gonna... let's just put the reel back together and get back to what we were doing. I'll do this again later. On my own time. Because I think what I can do is I'll probably get a saw and just lop off a bunch of extra. I've been streaming since 2016. I know what I'm doing. Remember when... No, you don't, because it was so many years ago. Chat was really, really nervous about me showing my Wi-Fi SSID and passcode on stream. And they said, watch out, Bother. I know a thing or two about what you do. I know a thing or two about what you do, and you should listen to me because I know better than you. Because you're streaming like out here for many years and you don't know what you're talking about. So be careful, because those Wi-Fi addresses can be looked up. And they looked me up and they said, you're in Ohio. And I said, by the light of dawn, my brother, will I never be caught in Ohio? Yeah, you're too distracted by the puppy. No, there's not enough info in those pictures to dox me. Thank you very much. It's a madhouse out here in streaming land, but I'm used to it. 2016 was just last year. Yeah, okay. All right. Nope. I'm gonna go blow these aluminum chunks into a pile of rust, make some thermite. I'll do a line of them first, though. Oh yeah, I need to hydrate or I'm gonna die. That's the other thing I know about streaming. Two things I know about streaming is dox yourself and then die. But dying is against toss. You're not allowed to. shipping address on your Twitch profile. If you see someone's profile, my emails all over. Yeah, I don't like that public email showing up. My private email showing up whenever I click on fucking Pinterest. I had to redo my security settings. I got a public email. If people were actually sending me stuff, which they are not, I would be a little bit. I'd get a PO box, and I'm probably getting close to just buying a PO box. I probably should do that. But, you know, the people who want to send me stuff are few and far between, and so far their intentions have been just fine. You know, I just screen people with Discord. My PMs are open, usually. I'll close them off to some people can't handle that. I'm trying to use this piece of tape to pick up all the stuff. What keyboard? It's a Code 10 keyless, and it shit the bed because I spilled iced tea on it. It apparently does not have the same drinking preferences as I do. So I spilled iced tea on it, and it stopped functioning. Really cool Christmas cards. I mean, the stuff people have sent me over the years, I've got all kinds of stuff that people have actually sent me over the years, and there's some cool things. My policy on sending stuff into the show is that if you send something to me, it is tantamount to throwing it in the garbage. Basically, you can assume that when the delivery person gets here, they throw it in a dumpster and it vanishes forever. That's what you're sending. Or alternatively, sometimes I will look at the things that get sent in and we'll take it apart on stream. There's an oscilloscope that I still haven't gotten to that I'd like to look at some point. I do enjoy taking stuff apart on stream. Yeah, and then there was the tablet that was used as a cat bathroom from a friend of mine, and they sent it in, and I tried to air it out to try to get all the scent out of there, but it just baked in the sun. And so what I ended up having to do is I have like a I have a thing that goes behind, or that I can set up in here that I use for brewing, which is just a clothing rack. And so I hung the pieces we basically bathed them in alcohol and then hung the pieces of the tablet on the clothing rack. It was still cool because we learned how that thing works. It's like a local radio signal. Pretty cool. No, we don't have a cat. It was a long time ago. Brushless ESC that needs the MOSFETs replaced. No, I don't want your work. I have enough work to do. We've made abysmal progress on our projects lately, just because of all the life stuff that's been happening. In addition to the puppy, I also have a brand new way of controlling my diabetes, and it's something that you guys can actually take a look at online. All the records keeping is online, but this is the Android Auto Pancreas System, AAPS. So the Android Auto Pancreas System is controlling this device called an Omnipod that's on my body. It holds 200 units of insulin, and then this thing tells it how to divvy out that insulin in order to regulate my glucose levels. I need to fast a lot more in addition to it, because you can see my fucking stomach is sitting in the frame right now. But I'm fasting a lot, and I've got sort of auto management going on with my glucose levels. So a lot of crazy stuff has been happening around here lately. All right, so on this perforated prototyping board, we got a couple things. I got LEDs. I got buttons. I got the port expander, the I2C port expander. We have screen. That the protecting thing is going to stay on that screen for a long time. And then we have our Raspberry Pi Pico, our $4 microcontroller. Excuse me, you didn't hear that. We need to figure out what our schematic's going to look like. This is a mess. What we're doing is we're trying to vet out the port expander. So the question is, should we... we're going to have to. I have to put rows on this. And it's either we're going to multiplex these with everything else, with the LEDs on everything else, and maybe that's the way they did it. The one chat member suggested that, but I don't know if that's the case, because when I was looking at this thing, here are the LEDs. That's 2 clusters of 4 pins. So there's 2 RGB LEDs sitting right under there. And then we have the 2 transistors that are supplying them with positive power. I was able to sussy-bussy positive voltage as in an actual connection between the USB input and these transistors here. So if I go to the power pin. Which one was it? That's ground. This is power, pin 1. So if I go to power, seat my connector there, and we go over here, we probe up here. There we go, 0.8, right? And this one's that one flipped around, so this one should be power. 0.7, good, we're good. And then this would be the emitter here. That's the collector. This is the base. Wait, no. This is the base right here. So that's BCE on the NPN. No, that's PNP. NPN is to ground. We go all the way back here to whatever the hell this thing is. This is an additional Sonics microcontroller. So not only are they're penny pinching in order to save pins for the what do you call it, for the main microcontroller, they got a secondary microcontroller here that's pulling all this pin duty. 11K, that means we're on the other side of a resistor. 10K, we're on the wrong side of the resistor. There's probably, I don't know if that would be power over there, because this one's the base, right? BCE. Let's go directly from here, because that would be the pull up. And so there should be one of these pins over here. One of these, it's 11K. Maybe it's over here. Was that pin 1? Was it? Okay, if it was pin 1, I would have been like, what the hell? Man, they really like their space-saving microcontrollers here. I'm afraid just by raking the pins, I'm going to break them. 4K? No, that's not right. Try the other side. These are high voltage probe pins for the multimeter. They really help with this kind of circuit work. Not only that, they're sharp enough to draw blood. You can use them as jam sheeting needles if you need to. You might not want to look that up if you've got a weak stomach. But yeah, these things are sharp enough to poke through the solder mask layer. So see that transistor, which is where my other hand is, goes right over to this pin, which is on this microcontroller. This microcontroller is entirely responsible for the LEDs, the 2 LEDs, but then over here, we've got these 2 transistors. This is the main microcontroller. Yeah, that's a way we used to do that a lot for the IED thing as well, because we had to do pictures of both sides of the board. What you can do is you can horizontally flip one of the layers in order to do your top and your bottom layer on top of one another, and then you can play with the transparency settings in a photo editing suite. To get things to line up properly, you also need to do a little bit of transformation on the edges. But I think there are AI out there that will fully reverse engineer something with a picture of the top and the bottom. But I mean, there's also instances where pins are sneakily, like pin 42 right here, sneakily goes under the chip, and then it goes off to where it needs to go. So, you're belligerent barking upstairs. I don't know what's going on. So if we go from here to any of the lighting chips, aka this one right here, we get 0.4. So this and these 2 are actually the outputs. I had a chance when I was doing that job many years ago to actually work with an X-ray microscope, which was really cool because you could do these flyby like animations. The X-ray microscope, you'd put your like chip or like whatever piece of electronic, like a potted piece of electronics, out on the stage, and then you could walk all the way back to your office and over the network have it do all of the observations that you needed to do in X-ray. It was a big LED like refrigerator looking fucking thing, but you could get these wonderful views where you can see the bonding wires connecting to the dies that are inside of these chips. Really cool stuff. And then if you have like a potted circuit, you could see all the stuff. But you could basically plot out exactly where stuff goes under the chips and stuff like that too. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So anyway, over here on the controls for these 2 transistors, it's not usually you would use, like for instance, what we're doing here is we're switching positive power from USB to about 100 LEDs. We're pulsing that as well. So for some reason, they have 2 pins doing this. And I don't know why. I don't know why they're doing 2 pins on this. It seems like one of them might just trigger it and the other one might be a PWM that'll do the fading on and off. It just seems like an odd scheme. It's an odd scheme to do with this. And it's right by the input power pin, which is pin 2 right there. But anyway, they've got 2 transistors on it and 2 pins going into the micro. I don't really think that's entirely necessary. But this is why I'm pretty sure that these are not also on the grid, because they're controlled by a separate entity. And maybe I could put them on the grid with everything else, but I don't really feel that I need to. It's just weird. We have separate controls for a backlight and separate controls for the main backlighting of everything. I hear a dog running from end to end upstairs. And if we need to, I can use the Max 30 whatever 308 in order to do muxing. I'd rather do muxing because it's faster. But if the I2C stuff is fast enough, then I guess we'll be okay. But we can put what's our chip? MCP. What is it chip? What is it chip again? Hold on. Where are you? God, it's like the whole size of the entire cluster of electronics that control the previous one. MCP 23017. I don't even know. MCP 23017. I love my MPC. MPC 23017. My seltzer bottle is closed. A microscope attachment for a 3D printer. That's like kind of what I need. I mean, I like what I have. I have the webcam that's modified with its own case, and the optics happen to put enough space in there for, yeah, the MPC 2000. I love my MPC. I remember that song. That was a good song. What was that song called? Anyway, of course, Matic Wave Music knows. I get home, I just like the way it feels. This is a Logitech webcam in a different case with a C-mount lens on it, and then C-mount to Nikon adapter, and then Nikon camera lens. And that gives me a full, like, 2.5 feet standoff from the circuit board up to what I'm looking at. I have it on a monitor over here that keeps my back straight, and so I'm able to look, we're able to do microscopy with electronics. We're able to get in real close, and you guys get some nice, rich imagery with 60 frames per second. You guys probably get 30. 16 remote bidirectional IOs. We got 16. We got 2 banks of 8. So 2 banks of 8. If we take, be careful with computers, not to dox yourself. 2 banks of 8. So we could put all of the rows to the port expander, which that seems a little weird because the rows we're pulsing the rows. We're not doing anything complicated with them. It's almost like we could do like a transistor to the common pin of the multiplex. Multiplexer is a much more simplistic device that literally just replicates, it literally just switch connects to whatever row. So if we have that multiplexer doing 8 rows and just pumping 5 volts into them, well, I don't know, they might be using a different scheme, so we can't assume that, I guess. It just seems like a bit of a waste to use a port expander. But anyway, so we can put all 8 of the rows on the port expanders, and then we have another 8 pins. But if we free up 8 pins, that means that we can use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pins. So yeah, we're going to be using half of the port expander. I have no choice but to do that because it's 18 and 8. That uses up all of our pins. I would like to put all of this stuff directly into the microcontroller because that's faster. But I don't know if that's going to work out. So it's only 26 IO. If we're using up 2 of them for I2C, let's just boop boop. So then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24. Yeah, we got to do it. We have to put the rows onto the port expander. That's just not going to work otherwise. So yeah, those 2 there. And then we have the port expander. Let's just put a box in for that. Well, I could just draw it. I could just do 8 row. And then we'll go to the port expander here. MCP 27. Wait, is that what was the number on that thing? 23. Ah, oops, I control. No, I lost. Oh God. Hold on. Set up micro. It undid my camera settings because I hit Control Z. So face cam still work? Yeah, okay, face cam still works. That was weird. That was really weird. GPIO 23 and 24 are used for USB. Are they? I need to know that because we need to be hooking this thing up to USB. MCP 20. 23. I'm probably gonna have to build this off stream, just because it's a lot of work. VREF 80C I2C1. I want to hook up I2C0. UART TX and RX. UART 0 TX and RX. SPIO or I2C0 SDA SCL. Wait, I2C0. Why are there two I2C0s? Is that just the available space to utilize that I2C bus? Yeah, they don't appear to go outside. We're gonna have to take over the USB port. I'm gonna have to find like a plug that'll go into that. 22 to 25, yeah. And then 26 over here. Yeah, so the nomenclature's all over the place. It probably has more to do with what's on the chip itself. If we take a look at the chip, I bet they'll make a little bit more sense. GP25. Yeah, the LED is 25. 3v3 out. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in the Raspberry Pi Pico, to be honest. At least in terms of this board, I should say, because the chip is a totally different affair. This board, I could use a couple more I/O on it. Like I could use a couple more things that are broken out that I could access. If it's not designed to enrage, it's designed to confuse. We had the data sheet open for it, but I closed it because it was not a great data sheet, and we didn't really need to look at it at the moment. Oh, good, I'm actually returning to normal. Okay, so I would love to mux it. I need to learn a little bit more about how this stuff works. I mean, typically I'd be going for another hour, but I think I need to do more book work because we're getting bogged down in stuff that I don't want to get bogged down in. If I go through the tutorial to run QMK, I mean, we could at least do that part right now. Let's do that right now. Let's do the tutorial to run QMK onto this thing. We're going to be following Adafruit. My opinion on Adafruit stuff, they could have changed over the years. In the past, following Adafruit tutorials, they don't always spell things out for you, and that can be kind of a problem when you're trying to get up to speed with something in no time at all. I've had a lot of trouble with sort of their libraries being a little minimalistic and their tutorials being a little minimalistic. But it's the only thing out there. It's good that it exists, and I'm glad that Adafruit exists, and I'm glad they do what they're doing. I would prefer not to use their tutorial, but that's what we've got today. So let's take a look at it, and let's see if we can get the QMK firmware onto our microcontroller and see if we can get the screen running, at least, just to see how it looks. Just only the tip of the screen and just for a minute, I guess. I feel dirty saying that. Yeah, I think that's what we can get away with here. The 2040 actually has 32 GPIOs, but not all of them are exposed on the Pico board. Damn it! It was a $4 board. I really wish they gave us the ability. Why don't they like put surface mount pads on the bottom of the board? Man, we could have avoided all of this. 32. Oh, we need 34. Never mind. We can't get away. Oh, well. They did? Hold on a minute. I feel dirty hearing it. Good. We all suffer. Everyone suffers. Yeah, I think what they're doing is they're not allowing dual use. Like the LED gets its own pin, which is bad. Not at the moment. We are getting back to working on that. Yeah, that's coming up. We'll see what we're up to on Thursday if I totally can't concentrate, but I would like to get this keyboard done before we move on, because this shouldn't be a very long project, and it's very relevant, and it's bringing viewers in. But the board itself, the board that sits on my wall, it's a Raspberry Pi powered Twitch API enabled etching board, and we're working on putting a new controller board in it. This is a SKR Mini, SKR Mini, and I'll put a water cool thing on the back of it. But yeah, this board right here is going to be running Burn the Subs, and it's going to be running it with Clipper, and I think there's like an API plugin or something like that I need to run on the Raspberry Pi in order to send code over to Clipper. So the Raspberry Pi is going to have more responsibilities. It's going to be doing a lot of the calculation stuff that'll happen with Burn the Subs. And it'll be cool because we've got a live edge board up there. That's what's sitting behind me in the face cam. That board back there, we've got to map out the edges of it and make a masking that'll go into our Raspberry Pi software and allow us to do the artistic stuff that I want to do with the names getting burnt. Basically what happens is you sub to this channel, and if there's an exchange of money, then it goes to the Twitch API, we get it, take a look at it, turn it into instructions, and then throw it up on a physical piece of wood, and I run around and get the camera all situated for that. Now, I've gotten used to not doing that, which is a problem because I'm going to get that thing working, and then I got to get used to being constantly distracted by subs. It is an embarrassment of riches, though. I love it because it means that I'm getting money for every single name that's burnt. So I have to fix it. That's bar none. It has to be fixed. Well, built up again. I've got the control board sitting right over here. We got work to do on that. We'll get to it. But anyway, let's see if we can get QMK working at least on our tiny little dev environment over here. We'll follow this tutorial to the T and see what kind of stuff it tells us to do. Let's get started. Love mechanical keyboards? No, I think they're cancer. You're among friends. No, you're not my friends. Friends who want to show you. All right, we already established that I'm not. QMK with a great RP2040 microcontroller Raspberry Pi. Support for this was added in July 2022. Okay, that was fairly recent. At least I got something to do with these things because I didn't have anything I didn't know what I wanted to do with them. Necessary to compile the firmware locally on your computer. Damn it. Using the develop branch. Check with QMK community to find out when these chips are supported for the blah, 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 blah. If you don't care to set up your computer to compile QMK, each example also contains a .uf2. We're going to need to compile because we're going to need to do tricksy stuff with the matrix, aren't we? We're going to need to get into some of the stuff. So we're going to have to follow this stupid tutorial. All right. Install QMK on your computer. Oh boy, here we go. Each kind of operating system, different steps, you run into trouble. Check official instructions from QMK. More information. We're going to go with the official ones. There's been this beep in the background. I think something is running out of batteries in the basement, and every time it's so distracting. Yeah, well, especially for the wackadoodle schema of rows and columns that code decided to do. I'm definitely going to need to be spooling off my own rows and columns for this, which is annoying because I thought it would just be like easy. I guess there's a tool that I can run to help me auto assign it. Text editor, toolbox, graphical program for Windows and Mac OS that helps you program and debug your custom keyboard. Kind of feel like I want one of these. QMK toolbox. Supports the following bootloaders. I don't even know. We've already gotten completely sidetracked. Pro Micro. Following bootloaders, ARM, DFU, Atmel, blah, 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 AVR, ISP, HID controls. Toolbox also lists. Oh my God. I don't know what we're going to use. I don't even know if we're going to use anything like this. Ugh. Okay, we have a text editor. Build environment, Windows. QMK maintains a bundle of MySys2, CLI, and all necessary dependencies. Now we've done build environments on this computer before, and chat basically threw me through all the steps without me really having much awareness of what was going on. So I might have it all set up already. That might be the case here. We might already have all this stuff set up. Need to install QMK MySys. The latest release is available here. Advanced users. MySys2. I don't even know where to start with this. Jesus Christ. Well, QMK MySys. I think I can start with QMK firmware quickly, run Windows 8.10, and avoid installation headaches. Yeah, I do. MySys and QMA CLI together. This installer packages QMK build with as little effort as possible. All right, let's try that then. Not using Windows, go directly to our tutorial. No, let's just get started. Install the latest release. You've already lost me. Latest releases. I have so many tabs open. KMK is CircuitPython based. Kmart. KMK. Clackety keyboards powered by Python. Feature-rich, beginner-friendly. Looking for maintainers. Single easy to understand Python file that lives on the flash drive. That's basically how these work. Single piece, two piece, split keyboards, don't care. Chainable keys, don't care. Built-in Unicode macros. RGB underglow, LED backlights. Tapping key, Bluetooth HID. I don't know if this has all the features that I'd want. It would be nice to the simplicity of running it just like a normal thing, but let's just go ahead and download an exe from the internet and immediately run it without any questions asked. We'll just do that. How about that? That seems safe. It's fine. It's fine. Everything will be fine. I'm scared. Yeah, I didn't say anything about screens, so I'm going to assume that it doesn't run the screen, which is part of, I mean, I bought the damn thing. I want to run it. I paid for the entire temperature gauge. I'm going to use it. This is not a small, it's only 500 megs. I guess it's just a slow transfer rate. Is it raining out? I think it might be storming outside, and I wasn't even aware of that. Yeah, don't worry about the hash check. We're just going to run it. There's that beep again. I'm going to run around with a hammer and see if I can find whatever's beeping. Smoke alarm. Useless. Nobody needs smoke alarms. Everybody knows if there's smoke. You don't need an alarm. Always ask me, yeah, let's run it. Why not? Let's go. On your time, computer, whatever you feel like you need to do. Well, that means we got a virus. Oh, no, there it goes. I always love when a command line pops up for a 15th of a second. You know something's up. I got install dialogues that I got to go through. Install the drivers. Do all this stuff. And we wait. Oh, man, we're doing these kinds of installs. MySys is literally a Linux command line for Windows. I mean, I thought we installed all kinds of command line stuff on this machine before. Didn't we do a bunch of stuff like that? We have done a bunch of stuff like that. I feel like I've already got, well, no, that was all Python, so maybe I don't. I have a Python environment all set up on here. Generally, we try to keep our microcontroller projects limited to like Arduino stuff just because of the accessibility of it. The accessibility of Arduino means we don't need to do all this cryptic command shit that we're doing in here. We just, you know, program all our stuff through the MS Paint style program and then upload it to the Arduino, and we can get all kinds of rich interactive layer stuff happening. And the teensy system of microcontrollers is actually one of my favorites to do that kind of thing with keyboards and stuff, because all we need to do is write a program and select from a pop-down menu that we're a keyboard. Bob's your uncle. You're done. We could have done that with this. I wanted to test out QMK. I wanted to take a look at QMK, see what it was all about, because some people in my Discord, by the way, you guys can get a link with that with a command. Bunch of people were talking about mechanical keyboards and getting into it, and people have been printing all kinds of stuff and making these cool mechanical keyboards. Well, I had one that died, and I have a bunch of Picos sitting around. It's the perfect kind of project for it, and it came up at a good time. So I would like to learn a little bit more about what's going on in here. You can run QMK on a Teensy. Yeah, but I don't have that particular flavor of Teensy. I have a 3.6 that I think I can run QMK on. Then I'll definitely have enough pins, but it would be a huge waste of a $30 microcontroller if I'm not using any of like the USB stuff that's built into the Teensy 3.6. Use the expander for screen I/O. No. The screen is I2C, and so is the port expander. They're just going to both be on the I2C bus. If they have to be, they could be on separate buses, but they'll just be on the same bus. Because those are like human speed things, which is slow. Humans are slow. But the thing is, like, what I need to do is vet out all of those individual systems and run into the problems that you guys are sort of worried about, right? Oh, you mean if I could use the bottom pads to run SDA and SCL, like the debugger pads? That would be very advantageous, because that would mean I could put all of the lighting onto the expander and then the screen on I2. So we'd have the expander and the screen on I2C. All the buttons for the rows and the columns would be on the microcontroller directly, and then the lighting would be the stuff that we expand into. That would be perfect. I could also incorporate my like Nixie tubes on it and have like a Nixie readout for stuff. I don't know what. Yeah, we'll put everything under Logitech. Logitech's so sloppy with the amount of data that they're pushing around USB. I barely got this set up to work. I don't think you can use the SD pins, or you can't use the debug pins as GPIO. Darn. Yeah, because we're desperate. We need 2 pins as GPIO so that we can free up SDA and SCL. And if we could do that and still have the right number of pins, and unfortunately they didn't break out any of the pins that we could have used. I mean, the LED we could probably use as GPIO. They're not like WS2812s. Now, I think you can get a WS2812 that you could solder in instead of that, and I could cut some traces and reroute stuff, and then those LEDs would be 1 pin, but that doesn't get us anywhere. We're out of pins on the processor if we run all of the switches and the buttons off of it. You know what? Relatively, that is not more work. That's actually less work. It might be only slightly less. Oh, I can't restart the computer now. Okay, this requires a restart. Fuck that. Nothing shoots the ground out of a fucking tutorial than having to restart the computer, especially on Twitch, because when we're working on projects here, I'm not on a separate gaming computer. This is the computer. When I'm gaming, the gaming computer is separate because the gaming computer crashes. So, man. Okay, we'll have to resume this later. QMK supports OLEDs too. I've been talking about QMK, and so that's what I'm going to try. KMK does not look like it says universal, and that's kind of a thing here, right? Yeah, some paths for the restart. I think it might break stuff, though, because we're dealing with that kind of stuff. We're directly dealing with that kind of stuff with this sort of thing. I think. I could be wrong about that. Yeah. The rows and the columns of this, 26. GPIO, 26. So the question is there somewhere we could get 2 more pins out of this? And I don't know if there are. GPIO 23 controls a pin on the DC-DC voltage reg. GPIO 24 is connected to the voltage divider on V-bus. That's probably for volt. I don't know why. Yeah. GPIO 25 LED 29 does something weird. 3 used internal to the Pico board. Yeah, so we don't, it does break out every single available pin. I don't think the test, I think the test points are test points. I think 2 of the test points are USB input. I don't know what the others are. Yeah, hot switching from several computers. Well, I think I need to wrap it up because I think there's a rambunctious puppy that I need to go play with. But in addition to that, I need to do some work on my own. I need to do some reading on QMK. The computer restart might not be entirely necessary. I want to go through that tutorial a little bit more to get to know what I'm doing. This seems like it's kind of a little complicated for what it is. But I think once I get going with it, I'll be able to know QMK a lot better. So we'll come back on Thursday. I leave Wednesday open because a lot of stuff happens, you know. I want to make sure that I'm able to get ahead of the project so that on Thursday we can put our best foot forward on it, and then Friday we can work on it a little bit more. But I think we should do pretty well with this. So Pico schematic and PDF on the Discord. Okay, I mean I didn't need that. I've got all my resources here. I'm just gonna save my MS Paint drawing. I need to have a good schematic, and I need to know what we're testing and how we're testing it, and stuff like that. So I'm gonna read up on that and figure out how QMK works, get my environment set up, because that looks like it's gonna involve a lot of restarting of computers, which is typically not necessary. But again, we are setting up like environment stuff, so it might actually be kind of good for me to be able to freely restart this machine. Okay, we will be back on Thursday. I want to thank you guys for watching. Here is the end card with all the information on it that you would ever want or need about all of my social medias and all the stuff people think that I'm doxing, but I'm not. Last Miles, I want to thank yet again for a huge raid. That's probably one of the largest ones that I've had since a while. Where's Last Miles coming in from? Oh, that's right. Once again, the programming. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, Last Miles looks like they're doing a lot of cool stuff over there. So I hope you guys had a good time in the shop. Bad idea, use LED GPI to run a one-wire protocol IO expander. I think it exists. I mean, you wouldn't have to run it from that GPIO. You could move that GPIO to like a row or a column. I like the idea of having the mux, because if all we're doing is putting 5 volts on the individual rows and otherwise it's ground, why not just put that to a mux? You could just, you know, put 5 volts on all that stuff. Just put 5 volts on all that stuff. Just you know, over and over. All you need to do is, you could even run a counter instead of your counting pins. You could just run a pulse to a counter to a mux, and then that would just do all the, oh my God. But I don't know how much of that we can actually implement in QMK yet. I'm going to keep that in mind, though, because if I can ditch the I2C expander, I would very much like to do that. We free up about 4 pins, and we really only need to free up 2 to make this whole thing work. No, I probably need to free up more than that. Yeah, that might not actually work. That might not actually work. That might not be in the cards. Unless I do the mux and the I2C. But if you do the I2C, why don't you just do the theory crafting of electronics projects is always a sorted affair, because it looks like there's 10,000 different like things you can do. But when you boil it down, you start realizing all the pitfalls. Yeah, 2 pins and I could run all port expanders. Welcome to my 100% port expander build. I don't know how fast those port expanders are, if they can handle a keyboard. But that's why we're doing the testing. So, well, yeah, that's where the 555 timer is how we send the pulses to the BCD counter, and the BCD counter is running the mux. So we tune the 555. We need a sense pin so that we know how many pulses have gone out. We can count them on the microcontroller, and then that will run a state machine that. No, all right, nope. All right, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate you. And again, Last Miles, thank you for the raid. Thank you guys for all the gifted subs and all that stuff. We will get this running. Don't worry. Wednesdays are always a little bit mishmash of weird stuff going on. Catch me in the Discord if you can. Links and stuff like that. and I will catch you guys on Thursday, where hopefully I have fewer dark circles under my eyes. Got it. See, this view where I'm looking like this is terrible. So I need the video monitor up here. This is much more natural. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Have a